Hey there people, it's Plague here. So, today I'm going to be doing some commentary on a guide, on a collegiate player's guide to King K. Rool. I was sent this by my friend Spidey Bro, and the guide is by a person called Smithers. Now, from what I saw, the guide was actually pretty good, but there are some areas that I wanted to criticise. Not to say that the guide is bad, it's quite good, and definitely one of the best K. Rool guides on YouTube at the moment. But I was just curious about it because, 17 minutes in, I just saw a few areas that I wanted to, I was like, oh, I don't like this. And, well, I just thought it'd be interesting. Maybe some good, secondary watching for any K. Rool players looking to play the character. So, let's get into it. This is my first time doing anything like this, so please don't shoot me or anything. So let's get into it. I will say, the editing on this is really nice. I really I love this intro. It's very nostalgic. It's so good. This guy's very passionate, you can tell. This guy really put a lot of effort. That's why I love this community. I love the K. Rool community.
Hello,
even though I
I'm
act like I
Smithers,
don't.
and welcome to my King K. Rool guide. This guide aims to aid those who wish to know how to play this character, and or those who simply wish to know how to beat the King of the Kremlings.
To
do this, this guide explains as much about the character as possible in a digestible format. Before going any further, I would like to make a quick side note. Since there's actually a lot of tech to this character, as weird as that sounds, I feel that in order to keep the flow of this guide consistent, a separate video explaining the execution as well as the utility of King K. Rool's more advanced techniques will be more fitting. This means that the guide will only cover the surface of what this character has to offer in that regard. An in-depth guide to the character's more execution-heavy techniques will be made in the near future, so sit tight for a bit, unless you're of course watching this in the future. It's already been made, and in which case the video will be linked in the iCard right around this time, as well as later on during the character-specific tech section. The topics or sections I'll be covering in this King K. Rool guide are a basic overview of the character, his attributes, moveset, offensive capabilities, which encompasses the character's combos, mix-ups, and kill confirms, with later sections encapsulating King K. Rool's neutral, advantage, disadvantage, the character-specific tech of King K. Rool, the weaknesses and design flaws of the character, with possible fixes for the flaws, and an overall
So, rule number one of making a guide, you should not be going over potential buffs or fixes. That's something that you do in your own video, and generally K. Rool is fine. I'll wait until we hear what he says, but just as a general rule, it may not be good to do that.
overall consensus of the character with a matchup chart, moveset, stages, and overall tier list placement.
Don't do his tier placement, please!
This guide took a long time to make, so I hope you all enjoy it. So without further ado, let's get started.
It's fine.
King K. Rool can be best described as a utility powerhouse. This archetype is defined by a conglomeration of three archetypes: a trapper, a zoner.
No. He's not a zoner. No. K. Rool's a tank. If you try to zone with King K. Rool, it won't work because his projectiles are too laggy. The purpose is to control the opponent's movement, not really keep them in an area where he profits from. This is a common misconception that Smashers have. They think zoner is camping, and that's not really the case. Zoning is keeping the opponent in a specific area where your character can profit from best, which is normally far away. It also implies that your character is quite weak when they get in. Camping, on the other hand, is where you're just playing keep away. So they're both very different purposes. K. Rool doesn't really do either of these well. I guess he can camp though, he can definitely camp, but the lag is very, very big. So you often want to go in, tanking in, going and doing your armor and stuff, and just blowing them up. Although you can definitely play K. Rool in that way, it's just, I don't think it's the optimal way to play, especially when I look at how the Japanese players play, they just go in, just explode. I can definitely see why he's thinking this. This is a very antiquated K. Rool opinion. So it implies to me that he's been playing this character for a long time, and he hasn't really heard the counter argument to this, and that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. this character can be played in so many ways, so it's overall fine. But I don't like that. Especially
Anti-turtling. King K. Rool is defined by these through his ability to force different kinds of approaches while claiming space with his massive hitboxes and projectiles, hold his position with armored moves and great anti-airs, as well as keeping his opponent or opponents on edge with a scary kill power and setups.
That Kremlin combo,
Let's
baby.
start by looking at his attributes to start painting a picture of how exactly this character is played and can be beaten.
This editing is so good.
King K. Rool has the 15th lowest walk speed, the 12th lowest run speed, a tied placing for the 37th through 41st highest dash speed, the 19th lowest air speed, and a tied placing for the 10th through 21st lowest air acceleration.
I don't like it when people bring this stuff up. Not that it isn't factual, it's just that the numbers themselves, they belie how everything works in context. Now, from what I remember when I was watching this, he goes on to talk about like how K. Rool has to turtle and stuff. Let's just get to that part first, though. I have a lot to say about that.
Remember when I mentioned that King K. Rool is more suited for turtling? His low mobility values enforces the need to have the opponent come to you, since his lack of speed in his base stats makes it so he cannot approach as well as other characters.
This is very false. So the thing is, when you use those numbers to demonstrate the points, you're forgetting how the character actually works. So his air acceleration is poor, but the thing is, when you're jumping with this character, you're likely going to be jumping using his initial dash first. Therefore, your momentum transfers in, and then you also have these gigantic moves. Like your forward air is as big as a battlefield platform. So when you're going in with this character, your speed hardly matters, because not only you're just transferring momentum in anyway, so the air acceleration doesn't matter, you're also just smacking them with a battlefield platform. This is such a common misconception about the character, because when you actually remember that range complements your speed, this character is brutally fast. Like, at least for a heavy, he's like, I'd scale him about similar with Bowser in some respect, especially since his dash speed is not bad at all. It's very fine. Like this character isn't slow at all. It's just a very weird take. Like if you put K. Rool with Sonic, of course he's gonna look slow. But if you put K. Rool with like Mario or something, his speed isn't that much different. Like if you just look at how K. Rool players move, like, especially high level ones like Kirby Kid and Shivori, Dera, all those players, you'll see this character's cracked. He's all over the place. Like, it's like the reason why he's slow is because he's big. If you buff this character's speed, he is going to be like Sonic. It's just a very weird way to approach him. Like, you can turtle with this character. He turtles extremely well. It's just really odd to just describe him this way. I get why he's saying it, because like a lot of low level K. Rool players will mention this, and it's because they don't actually play the game much. They just look at the stats instead. It's very weird. Anyway, let's move on before I rant for like 10 minutes about this one point, which is not what I want to do to this poor person. He's put a lot of effort into this, and he's got some very good points in there. So let's just move on.
King K. Rool also has a tied placing for the 25th through 27th highest regular falling speed, and a tied placing for the 25th through 27th highest fast falling speed. Due to King K. Rool having such high values for vertical momentum, it both helps and hurts him. This is the case since it makes it so King K. Rool is great at continuing pressure after successfully exchanging in the air, but also makes him more susceptible to being juggled as a result.
Definitely more susceptible.
This is one of the main reasons why he's good at anti-airing and weak to being juggled.
He's not that weak to being juggled. Like, heavies are naturally easy to juggle, but like, in terms of like on a heavy level scale, he is probably like one of the hardest heavies to juggle, because you have a nair that you go down, you drop like a brick with this armored move with 9 frames of landing lag that you can buff a dash out of, which alone makes it very difficult to juggle him in many situations. But you also have like one of the best fast forward neutral air dodges in the game. I don't think he brings that up ever, and fair enough, it's not something that everyone thinks of, but he absolutely has many options to avoid being juggled. Like, for example, his forward air, which I don't see enough people using. That is solid as an anti-juggle option. is there. Also, that's a thing. He goes over that. At least I think he does. I hope he does. You also have like up air if you want to mix stuff up. Generally, like he's not inherently weak to juggle at all. Like this take happened originally like started coming out when people realized that his neutral air didn't let him buff a dash initially. But when it was buffed, I think 3.0, I think it was, or was it 6.0? It was one of the two. But it dropped into 9 frames of landing lag. Now, dash buffer is 10 frames, so neutral air lets you do that out of landing lag. So, for example, you can land with neutral air, dash away. That's a very, very strong anti-juggling tool that not many characters have. Like, no other character has an ultra like that. Now, obviously, this isn't his only one, but it is his best one, and lots of K-Rool players do it for a reason. So I wouldn't say he's weak to it. I'd say it's definitely a thing he's susceptible to, which he did say initially, but I wouldn't call it an outright weakness. It's just a part of the game. Like, yes, you're heavy. Yes, you get hit by Corrin's up air for 5 minutes. But at the same time, Corrin won't be hitting you for 5 minutes if you actually think. A lot of players switch off a disadvantage in this game. Don't switch off, and you'll be fine. Delay your options. Like, that's a big thing that people don't do with this character. If you delay your landing options, oftentimes you'll get out a lot easier because people are just doing the same thing over and over again. They're just like immediately, like they do their short up air, they land and they immediately jump up and try to do it again. If you just delay your options, sometimes you can just react to stuff more easily. For example, it's not again. But anyway, like the fact of the matter is like it's not a weakness. He's just susceptible to it. There's the very, very big difference between that.
King Rool is also the second heaviest fighter in the game. As a result of this value, King Rool is even more susceptible to being juggled.
You said susceptible? I was about to say something, but no, he said susceptible. He's good. He's chill. This guy's chill. He's based.
But he also gains a high level of sustainability.
Yep.
This is especially true due to King Rool having armor to work with in conjunction with his weight. More on that later. Both enable him to live for quite a while and take more effort than usual for their opponent to then set up King Rool for a ledge trap or edgeguard situation. This means that those that do not have an adept punish game or even make a mistake along the way can find themselves struggling against this character, as they will likely not outdamage or even get the situation reversed when facing a good King Rool player.
Perfect.
Now let's cover his belly armor. King Rool's belly armor is an attribute that is unique to this character in that it is health based rather than it being beaten by exceeding a certain percent or knockback threshold. The armor itself is only active on specific moves for a specific amount of time, more over this in the moveset breakdown, negates all knockback, but still forces King Rool into hit lag.
This is, it's not wrong, but he misses out one crucial thing. Hit lag is fixed at 16 frames. At least from what I know. I think it's like the minimum hit lag or something. It's either that or it's just fixed entirely. This isn't something that comes up very often. I'm not. He frames it in a way that makes it as if it's a negative, but it's not. Oftentimes he's just got massive hit advantage anyway when he's armored to move. It's there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a minor thing that was missing.
The armor itself has a total health of 18.01 hit points, with it splitting the damage between King Rool and itself. Due to this quality, the armor can be seen as effectively having 36.02 hit points. The armor also regenerates at a rate of 0.3 hit points per second, with it taking a total of 53.37 seconds to fully heal.
I will just say, I didn't remember about the amount of time it takes to fully charge. It's I don't see people bring that up very often. I'm very glad he did. Very high praise for that, because I don't think I've actually totaled that up ever. I just kind of watch the armor with the shield and hope and just remember the thresholds. I don't think he knows the actual thresholds for the cracks, which makes me a bit upset. But again, that's information that you don't really find out in the wild, except for the Smash wiki pages I constantly edit or Lost World, the King Rool Lab repository. So overall, fine.
Due to the regeneration rate and the net health of the belly armor being the way that they are, it makes it so using the armor defensively is the better option.
No. Using it defensively is a better option. There's no objective best way to use the armor. Because, for example, your dash attack is literally just Wonder Wing. Your dash attack and forward tilt they just easily allow you to just blow just juggernaut your way through projectiles and stuff. That's very easy to do with K. Rool. I don't like that. I don't like it the way he's framing it. Like for example, like Nair, like you could just like dash in with your short fastball Nair. You could armor a move, keep running in while the opponent's still in lag because you're like there's no hit stun to stop them to get them out of their end lag, and just grab them or even F smash them. Like for example, if you run in on Wolf and he uses laser, you could armor it with your Nair. He's still in blaster lag. Nair hasn't hit him, but because of the blaster lag being longer than the hit stun, you can literally just go in, down tilt him, and just F smash him for game. Like offensive armor use is extremely good, and that's part of why his character is a tank, not a like utility powerhouse zoner thing. Like again, that's not I'm not like I don't think that's quite what he said, but like you get the idea. It's generally like defensive use of armor is great, but like I do think he's like underrating the offensive potential of the armor by saying it's the objective best way to use it.
Only further cements the aforementioned archetypes of King K. Rool, with a paying mind to the turtler part of the utility powerhouse. An important thing to remember about King K. Rool's belly armor is if the armor is hit by too much damage, either by a move that breaks it in one hit or several successive hits.
Very few moves break it in one hit now. I don't know why he's bringing it up. I mean, I guess you could like list the insta breaks, but again, like there's like what less than 20 moves that break it in one hit now. It's just a very odd thing to bring up in 2021 King K. Rool meta. Like if this was like pre-patch, which it isn't. This was brought out a few days ago. I would absolutely agree with the take, but it's not really something you should bring up now. Like I don't think anyone's gonna armor Hero's Hatchet Man, or like Ganon's Reverse Walk Punch. If you armor those, you're just stupid. Like you absolutely deserve to die. You probably shouldn't be playing the character, in fact.
That overwhelm the net health / regeneration rate of the armor. King K. Rool will be sent.
I just want to point out, like he actually like does that thing I just mentioned, where he like you armor the move and you just and you're not and the opponent's still in lag, like just before the armor broke. Like in that situation, what you'd do, you would take the hit, dash it against into Sephiroth, and punish him in landing lag. Actually, let me just is this how you do it? Hold a minute. Wait a minute. I have just fucked up.
Successive hits that overwhelm the net health / regeneration rate of the armor.
So, as you can see here, Sephiroth begins his back air. Now, here, K. Rool's taking the move, Sephiroth is still in lag. Now, you can dash in and grab here, or you can even forward air. Like, see? He's in jump squat, Sephiroth's in lag, you can forward air him here. Or you could go in and shield the move, and then punish. I think what he's doing here is a demo, but like this is just an example of what you could do with that kind of technique. Not enough K. Rools use this at all. I think it's an extremely powerful one.
K. Rool will be sent into a similar state to that of a shield break, with the armor being fully replenished immediately after no longer being dazed. One thing to note about the armor is that if an attack hits King K. Rool while performing an armored move that is not on his belly, he will suffer full damage and sustain knockback as if he was not performing an armored move in the first place.
Balancing measure? Just an average play, just a normal setback. I hope he doesn't think that's a big fall.
Let's look at the King of the Kremling's moveset. One thing that I would like to note before starting this section is that not all of the frame data of King K. Rool will be discussed here, but a lot of the important information will be. If you are still inclined to look into King K. Rool's frame data, I recommend looking at universalframedata.com for more information.
In terms of data, Lost World, the King K. Rool lab repository, has more frame data overall. There's much more data there than on Ultimate Frame Data. Not to say it's objectively better, because like I don't have the hitboxes linked. I do want to do that. I'll probably do that after doing this criticism. Just pedantic, just being some pedantry here. Nothing really major. Like again, like it's perfectly good resource. Very good site, by the way.
Back to the video.
Good guy.
First, let's start with his normals. King K. Rool's normals are best served as get-off-me options, combo finishers, or as anti-airs. Starting off with King K. Rool's jab, it is his fastest normal, and the move's best utility is under the previously mentioned get-off-me and combo finisher categories. The move can also be used to reset opponents for the widest percent window out of his entire kit.
Why did you do jump 2? Like, I mean, this is just really being pedantic here, but why did you jump 2? You could do that. Well, actually, like, you couldn't even do the down air punish there? Oh wait, no, the percent isn't there.
Next, let's look at his up tilt.
Wait, so that's it for the jab? It's... You just mentioned that it's, like, you can mix up on shield on it. It's one of KO's best shield mix-ups, and also it's the most damaging jab in the game, tied with Terry's. Well, Terry's jab 1, 2, 3, not the power dog. I don't know. I just don't get it. Like, there's definitely a lot more to jab than just that. It's a very solid move. Like, he summed it up fine. It's just like mention the shield mix-ups. It's just an inherent strength of jabs in this game because people love to just mash their up beats. Just I don't know. Also, it's got huge range. I don't think he mentioned that.
The move has forearm intangibility from frames 4 through 9, making it able to beat out a lot of moves from both its disjoint and raw speed. Do not let these stats convince you of it being his best normal, despite it having the most utility on paper. The fact of the matter is that it is outclassed by almost every other normal.
What? What?
Depending on the situation.
In every situation? Okay, so hold on. Let's hear about. Let's hear out. I think I blocked this out my memory when I was about to review this. So
He has at his disposal. Up tilt has the same amount of safety and shield as the last hit of a jab, is slower than jab, does less total damage than jab, is less safe and less rewarding than using up angled forward tilt, due to forward tilt having more range as well as better shield safety, in addition to Kinky Rool getting armor on the same frame when the up tilt hitbox comes out. There is also the fact that up tilt sees out stocks later than forward tilt. So with these facts in mind, the actual best way to use this move is in the previously mentioned areas, but only when Kinky Rool is low on health for his belly armor.
No. How could you say something so controversial yet so brave? So the thing with up tilt is that it's basically your short hop aerial. This move goes up so high while also having the intangibility. Well, yes, it does end when the late hitbox comes out, which does leave you a bit vulnerable. You can literally cover most short jump-ins with this move. In many areas where up-angled forward tilt just can't even hope to. Like, this move is so good at contesting like aerials. It's incredible at that. Like, I get what he's saying, where he's saying like, oh yeah, it's less damaging than jab, which like a lot of people do nair up tilt for some reason. Like some people have to have it. Like you should just do jab instead because it's better situations. But up tilt also is very nice as a combo finisher as well. Like for example, like forward throw into pivot cancel forward up tilt is a true combo. At mid percents. Not enough people do that. I understand why, because it's very difficult. It requires a very precise C-stick angle. Better on Pro Controller. I think Pro Controller is optimal for Kiro, by the way. That's my hot take for the day. But up tilt is by no means outclassed. It's just that its usage is very different to what the person is framing it as. You use it as your short up aerial to juggle with when you're not using up air. It's an extremely solid move in that regard, and it's also a very nice DP. So like as an out shield option, it's very good, especially like pivot for up tilt as a cross up denier. If you learn how to do like the angle if you learn how to do like reverse up tilts with your C stick, this move becomes incredible. It's by far one of my favorite tilts out of its three. In fact, I've become like very low on forward tilt lately. I shouldn't be, but like all his tilts are great. It's just that this guy doesn't seem to actually understand the actual use of the move. Like he's got the basic stuff down, but he hasn't got the actual like proper niches. It's not wrong, but he's just leaving out a lot of information. You get me?
Speaking of forward tilt, let's cover that move next. The move is basically a better version of up tilt in every way.
Not every way. No, it's not. It's not it's not a ridiculous juggling grounding option. You're not using it for that. You don't use forward tilt to do that because it launches sideways. Like up tilt is your juggle tool after like up throw or something. It's no. Also, I don't think that shield data is correct. I'm pretty sure it's -18 with the sweet spot. And
this also means that it can be used as an anti-air, get off me option, and combo finisher.
Absolutely.
Due to the move also being able to be angled, forward tilt can hit opponents on the side platforms of small battlefield, and Lilat when angled up, as well as being able to both two-frame and hit all ledge hangs in the game when angled down.
A very minor thing he missed here. This is again being extremely pedantic because the content here is great. It's also if you angle the armor downwards, you'll also beat every ledge attack. If you angle it sideways, you'll sometimes get hit by a few. It's mainly the ones that sweep very low. Generally, like very solid analysis of its forward tilt. Very good basic on surface information. But definitely remember that if you're angling it down, it's much better at ledge. Like just as a whole, it outclasses it sideways.
With all of these attributes put together, forward tilt is undoubtedly King K. Rool's best grounded option.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it probably is. But like, I definitely like down tilt and jab. But like, his ground game is just incredible as a whole. I think that with my me playing K. Rool since release, I've just like grown used to how broken forward tilt is, so I don't realize how much it warps the game state. Yeah, very good, very good at the thing here. Except for saying it's the cooler up tilt. You're wrong. Oh wait, well, shit. I'm bad. I'm sorry. I apologize. I am bad.
For his final tilt attack, he wields a commonly dreaded berry.
Yep.
The berry itself has the longest duration in the game, with an...
No, it's not the longest in the game. At all, no. No, I'm pretty sure he's like that. Like, I think ZSS still has the longer duration after the nerf, even. I think it's the reason why it's long is because it's unreactable. Because when you're actually hitting the opponent on frame 14, like 14 is the peak human reaction time. So if they react to the first frame of the move, they may have a chance to react to it. But 14 is extremely fast. Like most people are around 20, 21ish. So they don't react to themselves getting hit for a little bit until they start mashing, which making the appearance that it's a long time, but it actually isn't. The reason this doesn't happen with down throw is because it's frame 40, so people just see themselves being put in, so they already start mashing. Which I'll bring up a bit when you go to the down throw, because I think there's a bunch of information you missed there.
not having any reliable means of comboing into it.
You have Nair. You literally have Nair late. And you also have forward air 0, that also combos into it, but it's very difficult. I understand why nobody does it, even I don't do that. But Nair down tilt is a thing, and it's very good. It's just a bit specific, but even then, like Nair late sends the opponent to tumble at like 65%, so even then, like, it's still like solid.
Most of the time, it is better to go for anything else.
No, not at all. Down tilt is an amazing spacing option. It's not much slower than forward tilt. People think that moves as fast as lightning, and also like you have the frame 13 aerial hitbox, which kills very nicely, and it's very nice. It's a decent anti-air to some degree. It's not great, but like it's there, especially with the hurtbox shift. Like as you can see here, like on this pausing, you see him just lean back so much. He actually avoids grabs on this frame, I believe. I think a lot of people underrate it. If people look at how Knuckles Up uses K. Rool, he does down tilt a lot. In fact, in the high-level K. Rool Discord that I help run, a lot of people have been waking up to it lately. It's amazing spacing because it's got more range than forward tilts. So, like, it's actually safe on shield even. In fact, it's safer on shield than your forward tilt, as you can literally see on here. This is minus 17 compared to the minus 29 for the sour spot. Even then, like minus 18 on the sweet spot, this is still safer overall. It's one of those most underrated moves in my opinion.
Some more things to note about the splash hitbox is that it can hit both grounded and airborne opponents, hit below the ledge, as well as have more range than forward tilt. Because of these attributes, the move can be used as a safer but less rewarding two-framing option.
Less rewarding? I mean, I guess you're not killing them, so I fair enough. But like, it's not the reward isn't objectively bad, especially because of the situation it puts the opponent in. They often have to like panic to land. It's very awkward. A lot of people I've fought, they often say, "Hey, like your down tilt usage is kind of crazy." Like, I don't like the situation that the splash hitbox puts me in. I don't think it's. I think he's kind of like. I think he's underrated the move here. But a lot of like lower level K. Rool players do. It's like again, like the waking up to down tilt thing is something that the top level players have been waking up to only recently. So it's not, the trickle down hasn't happened.
Than forward tilt, or as a setup where a more guaranteed hefty punish. With all of these attributes put together, down tilt's main use can be determined to be a setup tool and our hard read tool. Yeah, that's a good take on the move. It's just that he's framing it as too specific when it's not.
again, like, not objectively bad, but I think he could have like played it up a bit more. The move is amazing. Like, again, like, I think it's like a case of risk reward. Like, if you hit with the move, they die. If you don't hit with the move, I guess you're at a disadvantage, and like K. Rool lives forever. So like, another thing he doesn't mention is that if you're at a stock deficit and/or have rage, the move's berry lasts longer. Those are two individual mechanics of the game. You can look on Lost World, the King K. Rool repository, for more information on that topic. It's very, very good.
This is mainly due to it being his slowest normal, but faster than all of his smash attacks, with the berry easily setting up into some nasty punishes, as well as down air and forward tilt outclassing it in the risk reward department of on-stage 2 framing options.
Generally a solid analysis there. Nothing bad there. This starts very, very good. Very good.
The last normal for King K. Rool is his dash attack. An interesting quality to note about this move is that dash attack's knockback scales harsher and deals more damage than forward tilt. This makes it so that it is best to use this move as a combo finisher and or kill option in place when forward tilt is applicable.
He doesn't go any in depth on this at all. Dash attack is literally a Wonder Wing. Like its armor frames last so long that like it also catches the opponent like as they jump as well, because how long the hitbox lasts. He's framing it as if like forward tilt is objectively better. Like no, a lot of like forward tilt is often staled and or like just isn't quite enough, especially with the sour spot. If you hit the sour spot, it's depressing. People don't really think about how much harder it is to kill when you hit the sour spot, because you're often using that with pivot cancelling to get in, which is like eh. He doesn't talk about the dash attack cross up. He also doesn't talk about how it's much safer on shield when put later. It's minus 38 on shield if you hit the shield with the frame 7 hitbox. You can save so many frames just by like going in later. And also you can still cross up even on the late hit. So sometimes you can actually have a really good cross up option there. It's just specific. And also a lot of people actually just try to grab him if you hit their shield with dash attack. They don't often like think about the crossing up because they're just on autopilot because it's K. Rool. He also doesn't talk about like the specific areas where you combo with this move, which is just forward throw dash attack. 30%. I think he may go over it later though, I'm not sure. This is just his moveset breakdown. But generally, he could have done this a lot more justice.
Next, let's look at his smash attacks. King K. Rool smash attacks, in general, mainly serve as combo finishers and or hard read punishes.
Yep, perfect.
Starting off strong, we have his strongest smash attack, forward smash. The move can be angled up or down for more damage.
One thing I remember from when I was like first reviewing this for the first 17 minutes, he doesn't talk about how the angled versions deal more damage. This is true. I know it sounds very weird, but up angled forward smash deals the most damage and thus has the most kill power. I believe it's a frame safer on shield. Again, this is really not much, but it's just pedantry again.
And be confirmed in 2. This all sounds good at a glance, but do not let these facts distort your vision, for it is another case like up tilt. The problem with this.
Why does he compare it to up tilt? Up tilt's so much better than this move. Don't put it with this trash. Oh. I know I sound frustrated. I'm not. I just it's all in good fun.
This move is that it is outclassed by his other smash attacks. They have armor, more reliable windows that allow them to be confirmed into, and that the smashes hitboxes linger longer. This means that the move is only better to be used after landing a down tilt from a read of some kind.
I got you.
Oh yeah, did I mention that since the hitbox of the move is kinda small such that some characters can just crouch under it, sometimes even when angled down?
I hate that image. I haven't seen an image like that in a long time. Like, not many people bring up F Smash anymore, they just forget it exists. But god, that's painful to look at. Oh. Like, even if you, like, here's the thing, like, he doesn't bring up that, even if you down throw, like the neutral angle doesn't actually hit. So, with a lot of characters, like, the forward smash straight will miss against, like, a lot of the pile driver berries, the down throw ones. So, you don't have that opportunity to, like, hit them as they pop out as well, which is really sad.
Down? Yeah, word of advice. Don't use forward smash unless you manage to land a confirm or read a risky option from your opponent.
I think it is a bring up here, and it's literally like in the image. Here, as you can see, this is disjointed. So forward smash is a disjoint. Like the disjoint is most of the move. So a lot of it, so sometimes like there are niche uses where you can use it as a hard punish to swordies, because they will like try to like jump in or something, and you can up angle the F smash as a hard punish. Most of the time, F tilt is better, but if you're in a bad spot and you really need to get stock, it is perfectly fine to go for, because the frame data isn't that much worse. It's definitely very bad, especially when you consider the FAF of like 66, I think it was. It's ridiculous. But yeah, this is a bad move, but like again, like there are some more uses you have for it. Again, this is like very brief moveset overview, but like I do want to bring this up.
Now it's to King K. Rool's second strongest smash attack, down smash. An important thing to remember about this move is that the strong hit can hit both grounded and airborne opponents, but the splash hitbox can only hit grounded opponents. So
I'm very glad he brought this up. A lot of people forget this because they think oh yeah, down tilt hits aerial opponents, so surely the splash hitbox does. It doesn't. But again, like this is a very good video, but very good, very high praise.
Unique properties of this move is that the shifting of King K. Rool's body makes it so it can flat out dodge attacks and can be confirmed into in some platform stages.
Love that. A lot of people bring that up either. It's very nice.
And the move can also 2-frame. This low hitting attribute of the move, however, is more commonly used to challenge aggressive double jumps from ledge. This is mainly due to the sheer difficulty of 2-framing with the move, making it so every other object King K. Rool has to accomplish this goal more reliable. The difficulty comes from the move's large amount of startup and that there are only 2 frames where the strong hit can connect. With all of this...
Only 2? There's 4. Like, it's right here. 22, 23, 24, 25. Yes, 4 frames. Huh? Like, you have a hitbox as he goes down, then you have the actual splash. They have no difference in knockback. They have no difference in knockback at all. Like, there's obviously, like, the little quake stuff, but, like, the entire thing as he goes down and everything, this knockback is exactly the same. I don't know where he got that from. I don't... Actually, I know what it is. He's not counting the actual frames where... The actual frames themselves. So, he's not counting for 22 or 25, which is why I think there's 2 frames. That's actually a very weird thing to look. Also, he doesn't mention that you leave the ground on frame 4, which is very important because that's why you dodge grab so easily. What else was there? Also, he doesn't bring up that this is an amazing punish to shocking platforms. Like, I do this all the time. In fact, it's where I got like a lot of my stocks from these days. Because people often like try to shock K. Rool onto the platform, they'll jump up with their aerials. You could just down smash him and kill him. And I don't think he actually mentioned this once or showed any footage of it. I suggest a lot of K. Rool players to start doing that because a down smash on platforms is probably better than on the ground, in fact. Because it just hits more, I think. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about that part before, but like... There's a lot of stuff that you can do with this move. I think he's underrating that part.
Put together, King K. Rool's down smash is best used as a kill confirm option after down air through a platform or when raiding an aggressive double jump from ledge.
I'm gonna be real with you, I don't do down air down smash on platforms very often at all. Because I usually just go for the down smash and let them self sabotage, but like, it's not a bad kill confirm, it's just I don't do it often. I mean, like it's not... Maybe it's the case that I should be doing it more. I think I should be. I'm not sure.
Up smash is King K. Rool's most interesting smash.
I'll just say this from when I was reviewing it initially. This guy goes into so many details I did not think about with this move. It's so funny. Wow, he's got surprisingly detailed frame data here.
Smash attack with it having a spike hitbox for some reason. This spike is only active for 1 frame and it's very weak.
That's the second up smash spike kill I've ever seen. The other one was a gimp on Little Mac, it was really funny, but like this is like wow. Now, I'll point this out because I'm interested in it. I believe the reason why the spike hitbox is there is to connect into the other moves, like the other parts of the move. I know it sounds weird, but like that seems to be how it is. I'm not sure. It's a very weird move. Also, one thing he doesn't bring up is that this thing shield pokes so often. I just remembered that. He doesn't bring it up ever. So for example, like if you want to get a guaranteed shield poke, you could do forward air or a shielding poke on the platform, then immediately up smash. This is not only a frame trap, but it also is a guaranteed shield poke. The only way to get away from it is by rolling away. Muck taught me that like 2 years ago. I've been doing it a lot ever since. Very valuable info. Don't forget it. You will, but don't. You know.
don't go for it. Trust me, you'll never land it.
Don't listen to him.
The main use of this move is to either punish unsafe rising aerials on
I love that. That clip there was fantastic. Like, he did a dash and everything. Like, that is class act up smash punishing. Like, also he did a small dash beforehand, which I also really appreciate, because that's how you get to get it most frequently.
shield
This guy's a really good player.
as an anti-air, as a finisher from a few setups, or as a niche
He doesn't emphasize that part enough, but I don't think he may do it in down throw. I'm not sure.
option to escape shield pressure via speed and armor. Since the move also shifts King K Rool so abruptly, the move can sometimes be used as a means to dodge some
I
attacks.
haven't seen anyone
This
do
is
this
mainly
ever, like,
applicable
it's
to
like-
grabs, namely tomahawk
grabs.
grabs, but this use is typically outclassed by jab or some other anti-air in most situations, since the hurtbox shifting doesn't start until frame 6, making rising nair out of shield faster, is not applicable to more ranged grabs, and that the falling hitbox deals less total damage than jab. Up smash is best used as either a mash read after a down throw, a situational anti-air, as well as a confirm option after an on-stage down air.
In terms of like anti-air utility, I don't think it's niche. I think it's just very specific. I think it's just very difficult, because if the opponent's like landing on you, you can literally just up smash them on reaction because it's frame 6. I don't know. I don't think he's objectively wrong. I think it's just the framing of it. It's definitely a lot less situational use framing it as. Again, it is very difficult for people to do it, especially during an era where we are online, so reacting is more difficult. But offline, like, you could just react to this all the time. I hate comparing the two environments for different games. It feels very weird, but that's the world we live in.
Now let's cover his grabs and throws. The main uses for these are to rack on damage, provide positional advantage,
Although with rocking on damage, he doesn't go over how ridiculous K-Rool's pommel is. It's very fast, despite being frame 2. And also, it hits consistently now thanks to the recent buff that it had, with buff the pommel, so it actually doesn't give glancing blows anymore. I have no idea how they've realised that existed. It's very rare occurrence. But anyway, so it's more consistent and it deals 2% of the time. So if you get 3 pommels, that's 6%. Multiply that by 1.2 for whatever it is. I think it's like 7.2%. Like, that's insane. Like, you like do down throw, you've dealt like over 12%, and you haven't even got the fucking throw, the follow up done yet. It's crazy pommel.
put the opponent in a nasty spot, or straight up kill.
Yeah, good.
First, let's look at his grab. This type of grab is mainly going to be used to push one's advantage, or as a mix-up out of shield option. This is mainly due to the move having a lot of end lag and that it is not that fast, making it a very punishable option if anticipated.
No. No. So, this is not quite right. Pivot grab is quite slow. While it is extremely good, and at one point we were just using it and only using pivot grab, I wouldn't say that it makes grab objectively worse at all. The frame data is significantly better, and like you can catch a lot of out shield options, a lot of stuff like that. Is that frame data right? Yeah, it is. It's correct. But it's I wouldn't say this is objectively worse at all. Like every one of his grabs is just nuts. Like keep in mind, like your grab is what you do for roll cancel boost grab, and K-Rool's goes like mile. And also, you have boost grab. Keep in mind. Well, that's actually no, this is a dash attack thing. When he goes on about dash grab, it's a lot I have to say about that. His analysis of that move.
Moving on to the King of the Kremlin's next grab, we have dash grab. Despite
Oh, I
it being
want to
his
say about
most
this
stubby
one.
grab,
Before we get into this, look at the animation that he shows, which is the correct one. I want you to look at it. And look at how far that lunge is. Now, with that in mind, look at what he says.
it has the most combo potential out of all of his
This is
grabs. This is mainly due to the rest of King K. Rool's kit having a high level of base knockback, making the lunge, especially in combination with a roll boosted dash grab,
What? A roll cancel boost grab is standing grab. I'm pretty sure. What?
very useful for following up into this move.
Am I wrong? Sorry, am I gaslit? Have I been gaslit? I'm not sure. Sorry, I forgot which one it was. Oh god. Oh, by the way, also, when it comes to, if you want to use dash grab successfully, do dash attack cancel grab, which is just boost grab. So just like do R plus A, like press A is like two frames earlier, roughly, and that gives you a much further lunge. You literally go battlefield platform in length. I know I use battlefield platform as a comparison a lot, but I'm not joking when I say this. I'm completely serious. For both forward air and dash grab, they have pretty much the same range when dash grab uses the boost grab tech.
The move also has more end lag than any of his other grabs, making it one of his most punishable moves on whiff.
I despise how he says avoid using whenever possible. This move is literally the focal point of K. Rool's unreactable boost range. This is one of his best approach options. There's so little the opponent could do about this move. It's unreactable when you use it with boost grab stuff. The lunge itself, even without anything else, it's perfect. Like also, if you delay this at the end of your dash because of your traction, you can actually get a much further lunge as well because of how his traction works after the initial dash. Literally, just like you can start the grab just before dash attack stops becoming a thing, and you can just do it. It's like this is such an amazing move, and this is the only like objectively horrible thing about his guide. The analysis of dash grab is just so. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to say like awful because it isn't. Like he does mention the combo potential stuff, but just because it's prone to whiffing on pancaking characters doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean jack. Like yeah, you're missing against Pikachu. Why are you approaching Pikachu like that then? Like why aren't you dash attacking him? Like if they're pancaking, you can react to that. You see them pancaking, so just do something different. Like. I understand, like, you may, some scenarios, especially online, I'm assuming online here, like, it's gonna be less hard, it's gonna be hard to react, but, like, I don't like this at all. Like, you could, like, the lunge on dash grab, like, I know I sound like I'm overstating it, I'm not, like, I know it sounds like it, but I'm not. This lunge is, you literally have Captain Falcon's one, and also, when you actually grab the opponent with dash grab, you can carry them further forward. Like if you do it correctly with the right momentum, you could drag the opponent to the edge of the stage and just kill them. It's so good. Like this is easily one of his best moves out of everything, especially with the active frames as well. Like like the extra frame gives you a much better margin for error because the thing is with his lunge, the interpolation of his hitboxes it goes on much further than it actually looks because of the extra frame. That it gives you so much more mileage. It's such an amazing move. I can't believe he says avoid using whenever possible. This is so good. It's like this is one of your best whiff punishes. It gives you access to his amazing throw game. It gives you access to so much of this character, and here he just disparages it completely over pancaking characters, which isn't even like half the matchups in the game. It's like what 10 of them pancake, and even then like half of the pancakes are still hit. It's just such an odd take. I don't know why he has this when so much of his guide is great. Like, it's so weird.
With all of these facts put together, dash grab is best used as a more optimally damaging follow-up option when dash, attack, or forward tilt is applicable.
Why are you following up with forward tilt at all when dash attack is possible? Like if forward tilt is a follow-up and dash attack is normally available, dash attack is always better because you literally deal 18.9% fresh. You deal so much damage with dash attack that forward tilt is never a good option. Like the launch angle of forward tilt may seem good, but dash attack's damage is just so much more valuable, especially when you're touch of death character. I guess you could do it to kill. I think even then I think dash attack's better against most of the cast. Like dash attack is worse as a kill option against light characters like Pichu because their models mean that they don't actually hit the blast zone as much like other characters. You combine with the angle. That's some really old research I did on the two moves, but I think that was pre dash attack buff. I'm not sure. There's a lot of stuff with this character, man. It's like, oh, I love seeing how people progress though. Like I love seeing this style of stuff.
His last grab, Pivot Grab, is by far his best grab to use in neutral. The move comes out on...
Is it the best? Dash Grab's really good though. Like, the lunge from Dash Grab means that your approach game is much better. Like, I guess Pivot Grab is better if you're not intending to, gain ground. Like, if you're not, if you don't want to, approach the opponent, snag them with your unreactable burst range, I guess you would use Pivot Grab there. I'd say it's roughly equal, it depends on the situation.
on frame 12 and has, well, an absurd amount of range.
Note that this is his slowest grab, by the way. I just want to point that out because of what you said prior. This is his slowest grab. It gets worse when you think about his sorry, brain's dying. Because when you do instant pivot grab with this, you are adding frames to it. I think you add 2 frames. So considering that, I believe that this is by far his slowest grab, and this is part of why I moved away from the pivot grab bandwagon, because again, like I just much prefer what his dash grab can offer, because the lunge overall gives you more range than pivot grab. That's another thing that I found out when I was like learning more about how the nuances of this. I don't think he's using his grabs optimally.
So much range, in fact, that it can straight up outrange some sword characters' moves. One notable
dash grab would have punished that on whiff, easy. Just want to point that out.
Sword move that can be outranged is Crom's jab. This makes it so learning how to perform dash cancel pivot grabs is a must for any King K. Rool player, since not only is pivot
dash cancel pivot grab. That's a really weird way to say like what you do C-stick pivot grab. You dash in, you stop, press back, and then do grab plus C-stick left. Was that right? No, it's like no, that is right. Or either that or do do shield plus A, which is also grab macro. Do either, but like definitely like not the way he's framing it. Again, like definitely learn how to do like pivot grab text, like any instant pivot grab type text you must learn, but like absolutely must learn. Again, like this is a very good analysis of pivot grab. It's just that I think that he just underrates dash attack too much and then elevates pivot grab too much. Again, so it's just purely framing issues that it's again very pedantic. But I don't like how he frames. I don't like how he frames the dash grab at all. Please don't disparage the sacred move.
Pivot grab large, but King K. Rool's throws are also pretty good overall. Speaking of throws, it is about time we look at these bad boys. Let's begin with forward throw. Forward throw is King K. Rool's fastest but overall lowest rewarding throw.
I want to emphasize this in a certain way. So these hitboxes, they end they end on the FAF. So note the vulnerability that K. Rool has, and then consider what his end lag actually is. When he says this throw is fast, he means it. Like you can buff a dash out of this effortlessly, and the opponent can't react to it all. There is so much you can do with forward throws as a set play, and I want to emphasize that a lot. I think he goes over a bit, but I just want to emphasize it that bit more. It's very, very good. Amazing throw.
With it only consistently providing follow-ups at low percentages, trying to go for anything beyond that only reliably provides positional advantage.
Not wrong. I think it's like something I like to do with forward throw is setting up for up air, because people often try to jump back in, because like a lot of low-level players will do that, and you can just bonk them for it. Generally nothing wrong there. It's just really funny move.
However, forward throw can sometimes lead to follow-ups after successfully executing a DI mix-up or when reading what the opponent does after being thrown until around mid percentages.
Not necessarily. You still have pivot cancel forward up tilt, but again, that is like the forbidden tech among K rules. If you want, like another thing you should learn, like absolutely, is just get those pivot cancel forward up tilts in. So when you pivot cancel with up tilt, you'll often get it behind you. However, that's because when you're doing the pivot cancel, you look to the left beforehand. However, you can actually get a forward variant if you do a sort of precise angle. You see me do this in some of my gameplay videos when I'm playing. You could definitely get that off. It's very, very solid. So that is another combo you can do with your forward throw, and I strongly recommend learning it. Also, forward throw dash jab is very good. Oops, that fan's a bit loud. Oops, sorry about that. But anyway, generally like it's very solid. His analysis is fine. It's just like you can do the pivot cancel forward up tilt. Also, if you're using a forward throw like off stage, you can actually, I believe you can confirm nair through it. It's very, very hard though. I think you can also get forward air, but again, this is very, very difficult stuff to do, very situational. But yeah, overall, good analysis.
Most of the time, however, one is...
Actually, he didn't mention that it doesn't send to tumble at 0. So this is a very important thing, because if you use forward throw at 0%, the opponent cannot DI it because it's not a double hit stun. And also, because it's a throw, you could actually they can't SDI it either. Ergo, the opponent has nothing they can do. They can't do anything at 0% when you throw them. So if you go in training mode and do a practice forward throw dash attack like a rational human being, you can actually. I don't put that in a very backhanded manner. I just say that because nobody does it. So if you do forward throw dash attack in training mode, it's exactly how it will happen in a real game because the opponent cannot interact with it at all. This is an extremely powerful throw. Like just because of that low percent stuff, it's consistent. They can't do anything about it. If a combo counter goes to 2 in training mode, if you do forward throw dash attack, you're doing it correctly. This also applies for dash jab, which not enough people do, as well as pivot counter forward up tilt. But don't do that. But don't do that at 0 because it's not optimal. Only do that at mid percents when dash attack doesn't work, because that's actually how it hits. But dash jab is an alternative to dash attack because it puts the opponent to an instant ledge trap situation, while dash attack gives the opportunity to jump out of disadvantage. It's really personal preference and depending on how your stage control is at the time when you do your opening combo.
It's better off going for K. Rool's other throws when the opponent is no longer at low percentages.
Yep.
King K. Rool's up throw is his most damaging throw with it dealing 19.2% base.
It's actually 20.1 if you do it with 1v1, but obviously it's base damage. But also, this is the most damaging throw in the game. He doesn't mention that. It's the most damaging throw in the game. And 20% for K. Rool is insane, like, because just 20% can put the opponent's like kill range for like half his moveset. If you're like mid percent, you do an up throw, they are now at kill percent. And also considering his pummels, you can often deal like 30% in a single interaction. This move is stupid. Again, like it's not problematic here. I'm just adding on to what he says. Nothing problematic here at all.
It also puts the opponent in a position where they have to anticipate something due to all of King K. Rool's potential follow-ups being unreactable.
Are they? I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. Sorry for the fan background, by the way. My room is steaming hot. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. A thing he doesn't mention is that you're -1 on hit at 0 when you use this. So the opponent does have 1 frame rate advantage to stop you from doing your follow-ups. There is no true combo out of it, but I do like to go for up tilt because the opponent tends to not react to it. So I suppose they are correct to do it as unreactable. I'm just not sure about it. It's just something I never really thought about before. Again, like this guide is really good. I mean, it does get me thinking. Yeah, like the main follow-up for me at least is either nair or up tilt. Nair is good because it could often if the opponent doesn't react properly, they will get put into a weird disadvantage state where you can often get a second grab to loop them again. Another thing you can do is that you can actually dash away from their landing option, re-grab them and do it again. I do that a lot myself, and a lot of people don't seem to do it. You can actually use pivot grab to catch them as they fall down as well, which I like a lot. Again, like with up tilt, it just juggles them because the thing with up tilt, again, it's literally a short top aerial as a grounded move. That's how high the vertical range is. So if you use it that way here, you can often get like 2, maybe 3 up tilts in a row because the opponent's just too stupid to land. Like again, like when you play this character, you have no faith in your opponent at all because trust me, they don't have any faith in you either. I love this character so much, dude.
This is only true until a bit after mid percentages.
I'm just gonna say, like the way he avoided that was really nice. So many KOs get caught by Blazing Edge, like watch that clip again like a few times while you're watching this video, and just like look at the timing, learn that, and never get hit by Pyro again. This character is dog shit.
Where the opponent has a large enough window to react to whatever the King K. Rool player is going for. One thing to note about this attribute is that jumping away gets out of all potential follow-ups.
Not quite. If they jump out of it, you can just up air them. Oftentimes they won't react to the up air because K. Rool's vertical speed is just so high, as he mentions in the initial part of the video. His vertical speed is extremely good, so you can often just jump, double jump, up air. They can't react. It's so fast because up air itself is quick. So oftentimes you can just catch their jump outs very easily. If they jump and air dodge, you have nothing. But again, like they're air dodging, so they're losing a resource. So you can just wait for the air dodge and then just keep walloping them. Because you have your up tilt as your little way to keep juggling them from the ground. Again, like juggling from the ground with that move, it's very safe because it's a short up aerial on the ground, so you're very safe to do it. And you can also just do your up airs and stuff, all that sort of stuff. Hell, you can even just nair the cunt. Like it's fine. Like it's fine. And also keep in mind, if they're jumping, again, like if they jump and air dodge, they've lost all their options, so you can just keep wailing on them until they get off stage. Because again, like if they're jumping there, they'll put themselves in a worse spot than they started with. Because that's kind of how it works. There's, I think a guy called Popped or something made a video on this about how Zachary gets out of disadvantage. I strongly suggest watching that in addition to this information I've just put forward, because you don't necessarily lose all follow-ups. You just have the opponent in a worse situation than before for you to further exploit. Up throw is very powerful in that regard.
But this option still provides the K-Rool player with positional advantage and the potential to follow up after the...
Perfect! Class act. Gold star for that. Gold star. Many people don't... I'm used to people not mentioning that. This guy is actually just really good.
Hit given the correct read. Up throw can kill, but it can only meaningfully accomplish this on the top platform of triplat stages like Battlefield or Yoshi's.
Beautiful. Thank you. Oh, thank you. So I was about to like cry when you said it kills because it doesn't, but like, he mentioned platforms to save it. Thank you. You're a very good person.
The next throw to cover is King K. Rool's back throw. The move has a nasty launch angle and good knockback, which makes it his best kill and positional throw. The angle itself being so extreme makes gimping and or edge guarding with King K. Rool an easy 1-2 and done. This throw does not accomplish much of anything beyond these uses, but what it does do, it does well.
A very minor thing to add on is that you can actually, because of how long this throw takes to execute, you can often get a crowd in as well as additional damage. It only works when the crowd is like starting to like move like when the arm is moving back further. But you can often throw them into the crowd and stuff to like get on a bit more damage than usual. It's very situational, but it is something that does come up sometimes for me, so I thought I'd just mention it anyway. Very niche, but it does come up.
Oh look, another berry! King K. Rool's down throw is by far his most overrated throw, but with good reason to boot.
Okay, he stated a good reason. Yeah, this is very true. I wouldn't say it's overrated. It's just a really broken throw. Like, just in general, it's just extremely good. And by the way, just to clarify, the nerfs didn't mean shit with this. It actually improved it, because it's worse at low percents. It's better at higher. Smash Wiki has a sort of analysis on the buffs that I wrote myself. It's still good there. I don't like how he's calling it over here, but like it is just a very good throw. But yeah, I don't know. It's not wrong, but not right either.
The throw in question is by far his best throw, as it provides the most potential follow-ups out of all of his throws.
Yep.
As previously stated, the move buries the opponent, with it serving as a strong mix-up tool in his kit. One thing to note:
it's not a mix-up tool because it's frame 40. They have more than enough time to react to anything. But again, once the bury does happen, it is there. But I would. Actually, yeah, he's right. He's right. If we're framing it that way, then yes. But otherwise, remember it's frame 40, so they have plenty of time to consider what the possibility is. Yeah, but at the same time, a thing that people don't often bring up is that if you see white flashes as the opponent's being buried, that is because they are mashing. That's a signal that they're mashing. So you get the opportunity to see, and then you also have the yellow as the bury's happening. So you have lots of ways to see if the opponent's mashing or not, even online. So it's really it's a really weird move. There's a lot of nuances to it. Maybe we should do a video on this sometime. What do you guys think?
Note about this throw is that there are no guaranteed follow-ups until around 125%. So if you find yourself getting hit a lot before this percent window, you are either not mixing up your mashing enough, or your mashing ability is in need of some improvement.
Not quite right. 125 guaranteed, that's from the time where I actually put a task spot to test the follow-ups. That was to test the follow-ups for up tilt. 125% is a guaranteed up tilt. Even then I think it could potentially be improved, because like my task spot wasn't that great. But well, it's still good, but like again, it was task, but like I don't think it was perfect. I don't like the way he frames this, because the reason, like, you can't, like, the thing is, there's a line between improving your mashing and breaking your controller. If you're mashing that hard to get out of follow-ups at 125%, you're probably going to break your GameCube controller. Maybe not a Pro controller, but GameCube controllers are very brittle, and there's a line between there. And additionally, dash attack catches pop outs. So if they get and pop out lag is 12 frames. So even if they're getting hit as they pop out, they're being hit during that lag. So you have extra 12 frames. This is a very, very, very important point about down throw and why it works so well. This is why down throw up smash is consistent, by the way. You're catching them during 12 frames of pop out lag. It's just I don't like the way he frames this. Like, it also disregards that delayed mashing is a thing as well to mix up the K-Rool player. So for example, you start mashing for the white flashes if the person knows it, and then you also mash to show the yellow, and then you just suddenly stop, and now up smash fails. Now the belly hits you. Now you're out of the situation, and now K-Rool's in a very weird spot, disadvantage state. These are all like very little nuances about down throw that are very important to remember. This is a very, very, very complex move. Again, I think Smithers should make his own video about down throw himself, because it's just not good to frame down throw this way in this scenario, because if you're doing a brief analysis of this move, will always belie how the move works in practice. It's a very, very complicated move. Overall, I think he just underrates the move too much here. It's not objectively bad, it's just that he underrates it a bit.
Moving on from his throws, let's now look at King K. Rool's aerials. As a general rule to follow with these moves, they serve as combo starters, kill options, zoning.
You don't zone with aerials. You don't zone with aerials. You have them as get off me tools. I don't know why I put slash instead of anti-air either, because like anti-airing and zoning are entirely different concepts. Zoning just shouldn't be there. It's just I think he means like keeping them out with forward air, but you're not doing that. Like forward air is the advantage maker 5000. It's a free dash attack on hit every time. I guess he means defensive. It's just weird. Like I don't think zoning is the thing here.
And our anti-airing options. These will likely be the most used moves out of his entire kit, so don't feel bad about throwing these suckers out.
Yeah.
Let us begin with arguably the best move in King K. Rool's kit, Neutral Air. This move...
Wait, a K-Rool player who appreciates this move? The Nair enjoyer? Oh, I'm gonna love this.
Has such a high reputation due to it being able to be used, well, basically anywhere. One can use it as a combo starter,
okay,
combo finisher.
I think you could show more combo starter things for here, because you can do like Nair dash attack, you can do Nair down tilt, especially 0% by the way. There's a lot of ways to use this. Also, this is not a finish at all. Like if you get reverse crowd into Nair, you can get a dash attack afterwards, or forward air even.
Landing out.
Actually, that percentage, yeah, but like
option, out of shield option, ledge trapping tool, edge guarding tool, anti-airing tool, shield pressuring tool, and simply as a kill option. There is, however, something.
Class act. That's class. Love this guy. Love it.
That holds this move back, and it is the fact that it makes use of King K. Rool's belly armor mechanic.
You can spam it. It's perfectly fine to spam. Like, there's no risk to it with the buff. Like, you're literally 36% with constant regeneration. You're perfectly fine to spam it. Like, there's nothing stopping you from spamming it. Except for like if you're literally using it like every second move, then yes, it's gonna happen. But you're perfectly fine to spam it, because oftentimes if it's about to break, you're nearly at the end of your stock. At least in my experience, I don't know how this guy plays, but like I don't think it's it doesn't it's definitely a thing, but like it does very little to stop the move.
Mechanic. As backwards as it may sound, it turns out that it makes it so using the move constantly isn't a good option.
No, you could definitely use it in a lot of situations. Like this is your neutral.
This is solely due to it putting King K. Rool at risk of having his belly armor broken.
Okay,
with all of these attributes put together, the best uses for this move are as a combo starter, with it then being mixed in with everything else to mix up one's game plan.
Yeah, so
let's now look at another great move of King K. Rool's, Forward Air.
Oh.
This move's traits enables it to be used in a variety of ways.
Yeah, I appreciate this.
Albeit less than what Neutral Air can be used in.
I would say it's more versatile because of the range. Like, Nair's hitbox does hold it back a lot of the time, but also does mean that you can actually use it to like heal up. Because the bad hitbox can be used on purpose to like force the opponent to like exceptional amounts of lag. I don't know.
The move itself can be used as a combo starter, combo finisher, poking tool, more specifically in neutral, an anti-air, an edge guarding tool, ledge trapping tool, shield pressuring tool, and as a kill option. With all of these uses in mind,
I'm not gonna lie, this guy is amazing. Like, wow, he's a really good player. Like, just the gameplay is like it reminds me of myself to a degree, but like he's definitely more defensive. Like, if like I will say, like, this guy's guide is really good. Like, as a player, I could definitely he definitely has my respect. Like, this guy has definitely been playing this character for a long time.
This aerial is essentially a move that can be seen as a more rewarding but riskier slash.
How is it riskier? You have a massive disjoint. In fact, actually, like the way he's like cut out the hitboxes and everything, he's actually like lost a part of the hitbox. That's how big this move is. Like, it's literally smash 4 Diddy forward air on a heavy. Like, this move is nuts. Like, I can't emphasize that enough. Look at that. Look how big it is.
More specialized neutral air.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Look at that. Also, another thing to mention, the belly jostles people into the move as well. Which is why I say it's a battlefield platform.
This means that this move is generally best used in place of neutral air when the Kinky Roll player is certain that the attack will connect, as a more reliable poking option in neutral, as a better combo starter at earlier percents, or when the
Crown
belly armor has sustained so much damage where using neutral air is more of a risk to use than that of forward air.
I don't like how he frames this, because the range on forward air is extremely important because it complements his speed. Like, this is another reason why I think K. Rool's actually quite a fast character. Because when considering the range of forward air, which is by far its greatest trait, and you're jumping in with a dash, you're covering a lot of ground with that, especially considering how long the move's active for. It's active for 6 frames. It's extremely good. And also, again, it's plus 15 on a hit at 0%, so it's just a free down tilt if you connect it perfectly. You have to connect this part of the hitbox, though. It's very, very, very good. Like, I do think he's underrating it quite significantly, because this is a big part of his approach game, and because it's -5 on shield, you can do whatever you want afterwards. You could jab it out. You could jab an out of shield option. You could just shield. You could spot dodge their grabs. You can do whatever you want. This is an incredible move, and you should not be understating it this way. Like, while yes, Nair is more rewarding on shield and slightly on hit, the range on it is a significant drawback that makes it much harder to connect. Forward air is generally superior in a lot of situations. Nair, I believe, is more of like the ignorant one, while forward air is the more educated one, if you get what I mean. Like again, I'm not saying that those who prefer Nair are ignorant. I'm just saying that Nair itself is an ignorant move because of the armor. You could just ignore so much stuff with that move. It's insane, but you often end up forgetting that forward air is often the better move. And also, another thing he doesn't mention, forward air is a much better anti-projectile tool in a lot of situations. I have a document on this, in fact. You could avoid a ton of moves with it. So generally, like, I think there's more to be said here. Oh shit! Whoops.
Continuing on to his next aerial, we have his back air.
It's a hard knock.
I love
this move
guy.
hits like a truck and is fairly safe with it being -9 on shield. The move also spikes.
It's -7. If you get -9 through like the shoulder hitbox, then you've got problems. Like, you've got lots of problems. It's -7 and it always will be. And also another thing, because you can drift backwards while you hit the shield with it, you're often a lot more safer. In fact, I think it's actually one of the safest moves in his kit.
Spikes, but only in airborne opponents. Back air can be used as a combo starter, kill option, edge guarding tool, ledge trapping tool, 2 framing option.
Ledge trapping with back air? No, don't do that. You do it to bonk them off the ledge, not to ledge trap them. Like, that's awful. Because if they jump off or something like that, they get spiked. They're not in a better situation. And if you do neutral get up, they're like, why aren't you dash attacking them? Huh? Eh?
Option, or as a shield pressuring tool. This move can also shield poke given the opponent's shield has suffered about a quarter of its health.
Yeah.
After accounting for everything this move has to offer, The best uses for this move are as either a safer shield poking / pressuring option on characters with quick but stubby options, due to Forder's landing animation being closer to the opponent, allowing the previously mentioned out of shield options to hit King K. Rool.
Why out of shield options? It's -5. It's -5, Smithers. Forder landing close to the opponent, it pancakes a bit even. Like, eh? To be honest, I think a lot of K-Rool players just don't abuse the shield safety, and then they wonder why they get shield grabbed. Like, you can spot dodge right after, just mash it out. I don't get it.
Or is a hard punish for overextensions and or callouts on roll-ins.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Next on the list of aerials, we have his up air. Up air
Don't say it's bad. Don't say it's bad.
is the second heftiest hitting aerial of King K. Rool, but also having some strange properties.
Don't say it's bad.
One of these properties is that it sends King K. Rool slightly upward upon use.
Don't say it's bad.
Some other things to keep in mind about this move are that it has a lengthy amount of end lag, and that the move does not give King K. Rool any height if thrown out immediately out of hit stun. This move is best used as a stalling tool when sent off
He's based. He's based.
stage, kill option after down air, or as a read after calling out an aerial over extension, or as a niche landing mix-up after being put into a juggle situation via utilizing its lack of ability to give height immediately out of hit stun. Time to cover his last aerial, down.
Right. Another thing to mention, like, the no height gain thing is a good thing. It's the reason why you can use it as a combo breaker. So if you're using up air, like, you have to delay it for about a second after being hit. It's solid. Oh my god, this has been on for an hour already. Like, we're only 20 minutes in. My god, what was wrong with me? But yeah, with the way you use up air, like, the no high game thing is a good thing. I want to make that very clear. It's very similar to how Bowser used to use the down air stalling thing before they did that stupid patch to stop all the staller falls from doing that. For stories that didn't do up air. Which I think I should have mentioned there as well. He should have mentioned that it was a thing that it was one of the only moves of its kind to not have it done in the patch. It's a very, in my opinion, if they do take away the height gain, it'll be a national tragedy because this move is incredible without it. Yeah, for sure. Like very good analysis on up air. I came in expecting him to say it's awful, but no, this guy is based as fuck. He is based and rule pilled. That is incredible.
Down air. The move spikes both grounded and airborne opponents, with it being able to be used in a plethora of departments. Such uses include a combo starter, kill option, a 2-framing option, a niche landing option due to the move being only -9 on shield, and that it has armor on it.
-9 is quite bad. Like frame 7 is where you get hit by Cloud Upbeat. Like, frame 9 is good against characters like Captain Falcon that have really shit out of shields. I mean, like, only is a very bad way to frame it. Like, -9 should be saying it's good but not great.
The best uses for this move are as a combo starter, or as his most reliable 2-framing option on stage, due to its long-lasting hitbox.
So you're not mentioning the anti-shocking properties? It hits down through the platform. That's the thing that most K-Rool players talk about when they talk about this move. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
The last moves I'll be talked about are King K. Rool's special moves. All of his specials serve as a different use with little, if any, overlap between them. The one main thing to remember with these moves is that they are really polarizing when used, so planning ahead is key to making effective use out of them.
Thank you! Thank you!
Let us begin this section with a breakdown of his neutral special, Blunderbuss. Its command grab can be held for 120 frames, has a windbox that pulls opponents in during the entirety of the command grab's active frames, and K. Rool can drop through platforms during any frame of the move's animation. This dropping through platform ability will be talked about more over in the character-specific text section, so sit tight, or skip ahead, for a detailed use of this technique. There is also a reshot ability when the opponent or the shot itself is inhaled by the blunderbuss. The reshot comes out 35 frames after the shot or opponent is captured, with it being able to be angled in 3 different directions: a 45-degree angle forward, a 45-degree angle behind, and straight up. The forward-facing reshot has a much better scaling of knockback than the other two, so this variant is often the preferred angle for both KOing
Solid.
and for setting up edgeguard / ledge trap situations. This angle is also used for claiming space with the reshot of the shot itself when the opponent is first sent off stage with the initial shot of the blunderbuss.
I have one very minor issue. When he talked about the negativity on shield, he was talking about when you're using vacuum. So here's the thing that like I don't like mentioning this because it feels like I know if I say this like everyone's gonna start doing it. It's gonna make me really upset. If you cannonball someone on shield and then you do vacuum, it's not guaranteed. They can actually grab you before you do it. Not many people do it because they just don't think that's a thing, but it is, and it makes me really upset whenever someone does it. And now that I've said this, like tons of people gotta start doing it, like because if someone shares this around, I'm gonna be really upset.
Blunderbuss is typically used as either a camping tool or zoning tool.
No, don't use cannonballs like that. Cannonballs are an option denial tool. You can definitely use them for camping, but don't, because it's too slow. The reason why it is slow is because they are there to deny space. When a cannonball is in an area, they can't go there. So for example, if you do a full hop cannonball, my favourite thing, the opponent can't short hop to approach you in that area. They have to go under it first. So you're denying them their route to get to you. So now you can profit from that by hitting them. It's kind of a zoning thing, but also not, because it's designed to deter approaches and make the opponent think before they actually do it. My God forbid someone actually thinks in this game. Like, Jesus Christ, people do not think when they fight K-Rool. This guy's great though. This guy thinks. I love him. Oh, I did it again. Again, this is the first time doing this. I'm not used to hockeys. Help me.
Let's go. With it being used as a edgeguarding or ledge trapping tool whenever possible.
Edgeguarding? Wait. Huh?
There are also times when this move is used as a mix-up to either throw off the timing of the opponent or to take advantage of the move's large amount of active frames. As a comboing tool in...
If you go over ledge trapping, you need to mention how it always loses to something. So if you drop to a platform where you're too close to the ledge, the opponent will ledge attack you. If you're too far away, the opponent can just jump and reel back. There is no situation in which both of these are covered, unless I think it's maybe like very precise spacing. But either way, it's 2 seconds. The opponent can just stall at the ledge. It's not very good at all, especially because like they can react to ending, and then they could just and then you can't spike them because they'll come off beforehand. In my opinion, vacuum is probably one of the worst ledge trapping tools that K-Rool has because of that problem. If the opponent doesn't know how to do it though, just keep doing it, because like you can just autopilot on them that way. But if the opponent knows how to counterplay it, there's no real reason to use it at all. Just to go for forward air or reverse crowd ledge trap instead. Or hell, dash attack at ledge is good if the opponent's hit when hanging with dash attack, because it covers everything that way. Lots of cool stuff with that, by the way. I'll probably need to go over it more later on, or maybe make a guide to either of them. I'm not sure though. I've not been interacting with Smash much lately.
In some scenarios, or as an effective kill option, particularly when ledge trapping. With all Blunderbuss's traits,
as a kill option, Blunderbuss is held back by one major factor, and that's that it shares the stale move queue with the cannonball. So when you hit someone with the cannonball, you stale vacuum. At least that's how I think it works. I don't think I've seen the fresh damage from the vacuum in a very long time. So oftentimes the kill power of vacuum is significantly dampened by how much you use cannonballs throughout a match. This may be because I favour the full hop cannonball neutral stuff. I'm a very big proponent of that. That may be part of why I experienced that a lot. So this guy may actually be right in his experience. I'm not sure. That's just maybe how it is. I'm not sure.
Traits and applications put together. The best uses for this move are as a zoning option.
No. Don't zone with cannonball. Ever. Like, as a trapping thing, yes. Not exclusively ledge trapping, but just as a trapping move in general, yes. But zoning, it's not keeping the opponent in an area where you profit from. Unless you're thinking about like if they're like on a platform or something and you like just keep them away that way, that could be defined as zoning, but it's more so camping. But camping with cannonballs is bad because they're too slow and you're giving up stage control, because this move's FAF is like 50 something. So because of that, the opponent has a lot of time to just run in and grab you. If you're zoning with chaos projectiles, you're going to get gimped by the opponent. Like you're just gonna get fucking dunked on. Like zoning is not what this guy thinks it is. Again, he's not wrong. He's just misinterpreting the definition of the word. So I don't think that that's quite correct. But as again, it's a control tool. It's a control tool.
Or is a ledge trapping tool, especially when
Ledge trapping, no. Vacuum, like if you go to ledge trap, I would say use the cannonball to keep the opponent on the ledge, which I should do sometimes. You may see that in my gameplay videos. That makes the opponent more inclined to come off. So it's a setup tool for ledge trapping in that regard. Because then because if they wait, you could down over forward tilt, send them into the cannonballs, and then take like 30% for that, which I think is great. Oh hell, I think you actually get someone killed through that as well. I'm not sure. But the vacuum itself, no. If the opponent knows to counterplay it, no. If they don't, great. Just keep doing it until they learn. That's how I define it.
platforms are available to work with. Next on the list of specials, we have King K. Rool's side special, Crownerang. This move is critically acclaimed by many King K. Rool player, and with good reason to boot.
I've seen people say this move's awful. Those catch and pick up. He's not mentioning his FAF terms. Add a frame to each for when you can actually move.
The crown itself is a transcendent project.
Wait, what the fuck is that? Plus 23 timed optimally. That's just before the move goes away. And if we consider pick up, that's if you're crowd sliding through shield. He's got that from my shield data sheet. And also when it comes to this specifically, that's me factoring in like the 1v1 damage for notation purposes. It doesn't actually increase per se. It's just that 1v1 damage isn't considered before knockback. I want to emphasize that. It doesn't mean anything in practice. In practice it is basically that, but it's just more of some potential there. This is also very wrong. Crown does keep its hitbox in many situations. It's just the 9% rule. So if an attack deals 9% more than Crown, that's when it will override the hitbox. Otherwise, it goes straight through. This is very wrong, and also it disregards the fact that if Crown of Rider is returning, the hitbox comes back because it's an entity that spawns hitboxes. In fact, there's two of them. In fact, that will appear afterwards after the first one. The second hitbox is a very large one that's designed to catch people when it comes back. That's why sometimes I see people be hit from like another setup by this move sometimes. And then there's also the actual fully returning one. So Crown attack effectively has 3 projectile clicks. This move is very complicated, and it's not something I should ever be given surface level analysis. It's just a very, very weird move. Again, he's not wrong in any of these areas except for that last bit there. That last bit there is outright misinformation. Again, it's something that you will experience in gameplay because Crown's damage isn't great, but it's very matchup dependent. So, not wrong, just very, very, very poor framing. Why did I do that again?
So it can beat out or pass through every projectile/move in the game. Upon passing through a move, however, the then active hitbox gets nullified, with only the returning hit having the possibility.
The reason this happens is because he's fighting a Lucario. It's a partially charged move, so that's why it happens. Partial charge or sphere deals more damage than Crown. That's his fault.
Of connecting. That is, if the returning hitbox is not also clanked with. Crownerang also has super armor starting on frames.
Don't call it super armor, it's damage based armor. Not wrong, just please don't say it.
6 and lasts until the animation of the toss ends. The amount of armor is 12%, and it does scale with the 1v1 multiplier.
It always scales with 1v1 because that's just how 1v1 damage works. 1v1 damage is applied after knockback. Because knockback calculation is applied and then the multiplier is applied, so it never affects knockback. That's why you don't die at 0 in 1v1 battles. That's why armor works the way it is. So it's not scaling, it's just how 1v1 damage works. Again, it's not wrong in practice. There's no, it doesn't, like, that take doesn't actually affect anything. It's just specifically game mechanic stuff.
One thing to note about the armor is that it is inconsistent. There are many instances where this move is beaten, where other percent.
This happens because of how Arsene works. It's because they're both hitting on the same frame, maybe like a frame difference. This is just an Arsene thing, because Arsene's hitboxes are just weird. The reason why it sometimes beats stupid weird moves, it's just
based armor moves do not. The issue appears when multiple hits are at play. One running theory is that it appears the damage is cumulative, so dealing more than 12% as K rolls in the animation for crown.
That's my theory as well. I'm the one who came up with that theory. I think that's how it is. I'm still not sure if it's cumulative. I think it may just be some weird calculation thing, because the move wasn't made with this intended, but they just decided to up the ante for no reason. And also, crown armor in general has just always been weird. Like for example, like you should technically armor explosive flame, but you don't because this move is stupid.
Countering would break it. As it turns out, though, there is an issue with this idea, and it will be elaborated on in the weaknesses and design flaws section.
Oh, okay, he's got his own theory. I'm down to hear this. I'm really interested what he has to say actually, because this guy is smart.
Another thing to remember with this move is that if King K. Rool loses his crown, the crown becomes a pick-upable item by the opponent. King K. Rool will also be able to perform turnaround specials, view reverses, and wave bounces via the fail toss animation. If the crown falls into the blast zone, it will respawn a second and a half later, about 2 units away, to the left or right of King K. Rool.
The 2-unit theory is a thoroughly disproven one. It's pretty much random. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It normally depends on the direction he's facing, and sometimes if it go in front of him deliberately, it's because the developers assume that K. Rool's running forward, so he picks it up within the 30-frame window. That's the side, so because when Crown first spawns, there's 30 frames where you can pick it up for free with a free Crown cancel. So they put it forward on the assumption that you're moving forward. It's a quality of life thing that sometimes works against you.
This spawning of the crown can be manipulated slightly.
Yeah, he's correct on that. That's very obscure information. Good job.
That if one is at the edge of the stage, the crown will always spawn towards the center of the stage.
Yep.
This only works if King K. Rool is on stage when the crown spawns. So hanging at the ledge as it spawns has the crown spawn on either side of him, and sometimes inside the stage.
Yeah.
Moving on to the uses of this move, countering can be used as a zoning option, comboing tool, zoning tool, niche landing or get off me option, and as a movement tool. Yes, you heard me right. There are multiple character-specific techniques surrounding this move that enable King K. Rool to alter his momentum, and I'm not talking about B reverses. The techniques that I'm referring to are called crown sliding, crown bouncing, and double crown bouncing.
That's not a term. All you did there was a wave. All you did there was a wave bounce, crownless bounce, into a crown bounce. I guess you could call it double crown bouncing just for brevity, but it's not really a technique. It's just a bunch of techniques put together. And also, in regards to this video, that was not a crown bounce at all. That was just a turnaround special with momentum put into it for a crown jump. I know it sounds really weird, but I'm producing a video on crown bouncing to dispel all the stupid rumors about it, because this is not right.
So with everything this move has to offer, countering is best used as a zoning option.
It's not a zoning option. If you use it as a zoning option, the opponent's got a shield crown, run in, grab you, down throw you, and force a crown cancel on you through the hit stun, and then you're at disadvantage. Either that, or they jump over the crown, do the same thing, or they'll reflect it, or whatever. The crown is really not good as a zoning option. What you do, you zone break with it as you've written, because it's a good projectile defense option. It's also a very good ledge mix-up, as he says, but it's also a very good ledge trapping tool. Generally, the crown is kind of like a good whiff punish. That's what I like it as, because the frame data is perfect for it, especially with how fast the move goes. The speed at which crown goes is far better than the blunderbuss in this respect, which is why this works. So you get to just show the crowd, hit them during whatever, because they're clicking stupid buttons in the neutral, and then you win neutral through that. That's what I think is the best option in this regard. Because the opponents in lag, they can't defend themselves against crowd because they're in lag, obviously. There's no shield available. So that's why I use it this way. Nothing here is objectively wrong, but that's how I see it.
Zone breaking option, mix up when getting off the ledge, comboing tool, and that it is his best movement mix-up move due to its sheer amount of options and that the toss of the move has armor on it.
It's not a movement tool because of the armor, it's a movement tool because of the techniques. The armor is also another thing I didn't mention is that it's a very good disadvantage tool. So for example, you could like ledge release, then jump on stage with crowd, and then you get all the armor of it, and then you also get the hit with crowd. So if the opponent's at a higher percentage, that's an amazing get off me tool because crowd's knockback growth is insane. In fact, it even kills. It even kills if you hit the opponent like near to the ceiling. It's very, very strong. Also, it's a good edge guarding tool because of that. And also, if you're a crackhead, you could chuck the crowd up the stage, and then it'll move backwards to gimp. It's not good. I just think it's really funny. This move is insane.
Up next, we have King K. Rool's down special, Gut Check.
Don't say it's bad.
The move will only activate if a projectile or an attack hits King K. Rool's belly.
Don't say it's bad.
With the rest of his body being vulnerable to attacks when he's not invincible. Gut Check is...
It's called intangibility. Invincibility is when you have the green. You're intangible during the startup, and then you're invulnerable during the actual attack. There's a lot of differences between those two mechanics. I'm not going to explain it here because I'll be here all day. It's just really, really stupid. This game is stupid, but you get the idea.
It's both a counter and a reflector in one, but with an added twist. What I mean by this is that this move has some unique properties that make it stand out among the other counters in the game.
Wait, is he saying this move's good? Oh my god. This is finally a K. Rool guy, but I'm saying the move is actually like good because it's really good. The gut check is amazing.
Such properties include that it can be manually reversed upon activation, the move has a hitbox after reflecting a projectile, and that Gut Check always deals at least 12% damage regardless of the strength of the attack that triggers the move.
That 12% thing, that's pretty much the same for every counter. I mean, some of them have low minimum damage like Marths, but I think actually no, it is above average, so I think it's fine to mention that.
King K. Rool's down
Jesus Christ. That Zelda fucking flew.
Special also halts its momentum for a bit, though this attribute is not unique. So when looking at this move's
actually, it's unique in that it stops you more than any other counter in the game, which is why I made that Gut Check stalling video. Because you could actually use it as a replacement for air dodge if you're not going to die, so you could keep your air dodge as an option for later. It's definitely unique among counters for that reason. A lot of other counters do it, just not to the extent that K. Rool's does. It just stops its momentum completely. I think it may be because of his other aerial stats. I'm not sure, but it's definitely like a thing.
Properties, it can be concluded that Gut Check can be used as a stalling tool off stage, a zone breaking tool, a hard read option that can completely reverse situations, and or as an escape option due to the move's sheer speed.
One thing he did not mention is that this is the highest damage encounter in the game that is not Tetrakan. It's in fact, it's as powerful as Mii Brawler's counter throw, which is notoriously good for kill power, although not good in every other situation because it always fails. But it deals 1.5 times damage with a maximum of 50%, and also you can one-hit KO some characters if you reflect stuff. Because if you reflect stuff and they also get hit by the reflector itself, they'll often take, like for example Samus, they'll take 100.8% and die in one hit. Try it if you want. Like go against a Samus with fully charged charge shot, go in front of them, like directly in front, and as they click charge shot, counter it, watch them die.
Sure, the move can be used against characters that have hitboxes and their recovery moves, but this use is almost always outclassed by either Nair or Dare.
No. If the option kills them, go for it. Don't go for forwarder. If they're going to touch your belly, and they're going to get countered, and they're going to die, there is no reason not to go for it because you're taking their stock and thus making progress. Additionally, Gut Check's attack is much less laggier than the other ones if it's successful, so you're not losing stage control either. Therefore, Gut Check is the optimal option if you can counter their recovery. Because if they die for it, then which they will because it's Gut Check, then it's better. And there's obviously Nair is good because it gimps them, but at the same time, if you want a confirmed kill and they have a strong attack like Wolf's side beat and they die, great. There's no reason not to go for that. I don't like how he frames this.
Due to them being more reliable and
it's reliable. If they're gonna hit your belly, it's reliable.
Sometimes dishing out more rewarding punishes.
More rewarding punishes. They die. You're taking a stock.
That of Gut Check. All in all, Gut Check is a pretty situational move with.
It's not situational. Also another thing that people don't realize with Gut Check is that this is very important. Because a lot of the time, in situations where your head would be hit, Because of this, the intangibility, it doesn't happen, and they hit the belly instead. Because all these hurt boxes are off with full body intangibility, so you're not hitting them except for the belly. This is why a lot of the time gut check just works, even when it looks like it shouldn't, because of the intangibility. That's why this exists. So essentially, for a limited time before they actually get to the full part of the move, they actually have a bigger counter box effectively. That's I'm saying effective because it's not actually how it works, but in practice that's how it looks and how it acts.
But only consistently serving as King K. Rool's fastest escape option.
Did you mention that this is really broken on the ledge? And also, it's a really funny thing you do with Pikmin, because like there's a Pikmin that can hit you on the belly, and you just get a free gut check every time. It's really funny.
This is solely due to there being an extreme amount of end lag, and thus it being very
extreme. This move's been buffed like 4 times. The end lag is like less than Roy's. I don't get it. Like this is like the move is fine. Hell, it even avoids grabs with this. By the way, it avoids grabs. I don't get it. Like this is faster than Roy's in every way. I mean, Roy's counter isn't good, but like it's better than some counters. It's fine. Like I don't know why this is a very early meta take. With buffs and everything, this move is fine.
Committal to use. Onto his last special move, we have King K. Rool's up special.
I just gotta say, I appreciate he put the ledge grab box here. I haven't seen anyone else do that. He's put a lot of work into that. Credit to iDonuts, by the way. That guy is great.
Due to the move being disjointed in that King K. Rool's ledge grab hitbox is so small when activating the move, it is common for the move to poke through the ledge of every stage. When this happens, it is possible to combo off of it or set up tech chase situations on nearby platforms. If the hitbox is not shielded, of course. The move is also unable to be turnaround special, be reversed, wave bounced, or
So this isn't quite right. The reason why it can't be countered consistently is because K. Rool doesn't sustain hit lag during the move. There is no hit lag because the propeller pack model's dealing the damage, not K. Rool. It's kind of like a projectile in a way. It's very, very oddly coded. Now, Joker can... This isn't right. Joker can situationally fail to counter it quite easily, in fact, because if K. Rool gets to the ledge beforehand, which he will because of the lack of hit lag, that will fail. Greninja is exactly the same as well. This is completely incorrect.
Halted by other moves that would otherwise do so, such as counters. This does not make it immune to slowdowns, however.
Oh, right, it means the slowdowns.
Or
Yeah,
if the hitboxes themselves are just so big that the immunity to being halted.
But again, as you saw, he was still moving, so he can still hit the ledge.
Halted just does not matter. Another thing about Propeller Pack's hitbox is that due to its size and location, it can be beaten out by moves that shift a character's body very quickly, or disjoint enough moves from above, as well as easily being punished from the side.
Punishing this from above is very difficult. In fact, there are many situations where if you delay your recovery or otherwise, there'll be many times where you'll hit the opponent anyway. Also, swerving is very helpful for manipulating the hitbox. Not enough K. Rools do that. In my opinion, like combined with up air, like if you hug the stage, the opponent should can only hit you from the side. And because of how LSI works, 0.85 times knockback multiplier, and holding down, generally you should never be getting stage spiked either. So attacks from the side are not really very easy. So basically, if you hold down and then tech when you get hit, the opponent often loses stage control, and you can just add onto the ledge. Getting stage spiked is impossible, pretty much, because of how weighty K. Rool is. I counted this before, and Lucina's back air doesn't initiate an unattackable until 157%. I don't know why I can recall that off by heart, but I guess I'll just be in too many discussions with the character. So generally, when it comes to getting stage spiked, it's impossible, so attacks from side or out. Attacks from above are pretty much the only way you can stop K. Rool, and even then, all of these are inconsistent except for like a few. I don't see why that's being mentioned here at all. Well, I guess you can mention it because it's a thing, but like it is very inconsistent. I don't think he frames it correctly. K. Rool's recovery is extremely good.
Overall, this move is mainly going to be used as King K. Rool's main recovery tool, typically from as low as possible, and sometimes as a cheesy kill option after a read of someone's landing option. That is, unless the K. Rool is facing off against a snake. Getting kills with Propeller Pack in this matchup in particular is actually fairly easy, believe it or not, especially if they like recovering high.
I just want to say, this guy's base for mentioning that, like, it's so easy to kill Snake with this. Like, if a Snake player does that, just assume they don't know the matchup and go full Unga Bunga. Like, if they do that, like, it's just so free. Like, Snake players, like, they don't play this matchup right ever. It's so funny.
Snake players typically do. So if you are a Snake player and you find yourself playing against a K-Rool player, get ready to pray that they don't know this trick. Man, that was a lot of information, huh? Stay with me now, because we are just now getting into the meat of the character, with a showcase of King K. Rool's combos, mix-ups, and kill confirms coming up next. Keep in mind that the percent ranges for these are labeled.
What's this document? I haven't seen this before. I'm assuming Toothpaste made this or something. It may be from after I left the King K. Rool Discord.
Labeled in 25% increments, with them being roughly when a combo window or some other window exists. This also means that the windows for such aggression ultimately vary by character, so do not use this as an absolute guide for his offensive capabilities.
Some of these are also not... Wait, hold on a minute. What?
Use this as an...
No, it's never true. This doesn't work because the opponents it's because they have intangibility when they're shot out by Suck. So no, that's not quite right. Also, not anything. Just go for up air, man. Just specify the option.
Absolute guide for his offensive capability.
That's true. These are both true, and also it's not inhuman to do so consistently. You can absolutely do it. These are true combos.
Capabilities.
Yeah, mix up. None of that is mix up. None of these are mix up. Those are just true.
All preceding footage has Mario used as a base due to him having average stats in every one of his base stats. With that being said, let the montage begin.
What? No. Why are you mentioning those? Those aren't the good ones. Doesn't mention that this is completely true. You can't DI. There's no DI or anything in this. You can go for down tilt though. If you're a god, you can go for down tilt. That's the God Slayer option. But also just grab them here. Just grab them. You get so much more. Like Nair forward throw dash attack is a thing, for example. Like there's no reason not to go for it. Suboptimal. No reason to go for it. If you have jab available. No reason. You do less damage, you get worse situation. No reason to do it. That's the optimal option. That's a dash grab. So he's based. Also, no. Actually, hold a minute. I want to just like. So let's just get to this one. I want to show something off here. Because this will also help demonstrate my point to Smithers regarding how dash attack grab works. So here we go. So he's doing this. See how it carries him forward? This could go further. And in fact, you see him go a few units forward, even with the pummel. You could go just that far. That's what I mean when I mention the dash grab is so good. That's the big part of why it's great, because you effectively kill the opponent earlier because you're taking them across the stage. Suboptimal. Go for dash attack. Always. Optimal. For this section, like when you're going over combos, please go over the optimal ones, because you're encouraging the opponent to do less optimal options, therefore they get less damage and thus start killing the opponent faster. The aim of this game is to kill the opponent as quickly as possible, so getting as much damage as possible is the way to go. Now, I guess you could say that Fortill gives you better situations sometimes, but the damage you get off Nair dash attack is just so good that I don't think it's worth even considering. I'd say let the person experiment with themselves with all the somewhat less optimal options to potentially get better situations. I would just say go over the big meaty stuff here. Just grab it. Why? he goes over up tilt before this. Like, he goes over up tilt being less good than jab, but then in situations where jab is available, he's going over up tilt. I don't understand why he's doing this when it's just completely suboptimal. There's no reason to include it here. It's just going to give the opponent, it's going to give the person worse information. Also, forward air F tilt again, like, this is suboptimal. If just go for dash attack or grab. Like, if you hit with forward air, go for down tilt if you're a god, go for grab, or go for dash attack. Those are your three options, depending on what you want. Most of the time, I'd say, if you're mid stage, go for forward air, grab, pommel, up throw. That's like 40%. Cannibal suck. Why? Like. Oh yeah, see, this guy's a god actually. Go for dash attack though. Dash attack's better. That's just a dash grab. Actually, hold on a minute. Am I missing something here? Sorry, I was probably sure about big gas there. Okay, so dash attack cancel grab. Yeah, he's going for the right stuff. Yeah, so he's right there. Just grab them. You had a grab there. You could up throw them. That's 50%. If you can F tilt here, which I don't think you actually can. Oh wait, hold on. You can. Sorry. Sorry. Just grab them. Why jab? Why jab? There's no reason to. Why up tilt? There's no reason to do these. Now, yeah, there you go. There's the god stuff. Again, like, yes, like, most of the time, you should be either grabbing them or dash attacking them, depending on what you need. That's as a rule of thumb for these types of combos. If dash attack is available, you should always be going for it, because the damage is the biggest. Or obviously grab them if you possible. I guess you could do that. Let's go kill two of them. Based. Wait, you didn't actually go over the full combo. So the full combo with down air down tilt is down air down tilt spike storage into grab, and then you up throw them. Or you could go for another, or go for another down tilt if you're a god. Yes, good. Again, like, he's just showing so many things that you don't need to be shown because it's just suboptimal stuff. I understand why he's doing it. It's just that you shouldn't be doing it. Just go for grab. Just go for grab. Oh, late fair combos. Like, late fair combos are amazing, by the way. Like, I wish you were saying it. You had a dash attack there. That's a free dash attack right there. You could take them to 70 for that. Why are you doing the full jab? Stall the jab and then kill them. Okay, so this is suboptimal, but there are some good situations you can get off this because of the nature of the late hit of up tilt. The opponent here is now in a situation where they have to land, and now you can just constantly up tilt them and hit them through the air dodge because of how active the move is. This is a very strong position for KO to be in, and I suggest trying this out when you get the chance because this is actually a really nice combo. Don't see it very often though. It's very good. You can kill them much harder here. Down air, down tilt, down air, up smash, or if you're in a good situation, like if you're below around 40%, you can stall the spike and then you can get an F smash that way. You can kill them much more consistently here. Loads of stuff. Also, I haven't seen back air out of this yet, which is I hope he does that because it's a very important option. Because for example, if you go up from ledge, you down tilt the opponent, and then you can just hit a sweet spotted back air to kill them that way because it sends them backwards. Ah, yes, my boy, that's the stuff I like. Yep, good. Yeah, sure, go for that. Don't do that. It works, but don't. Like, Back air is just like too slow for that. You don't do that in neutral. Good. Don't. Suboptimal. Go for it, yeah. That's a kill confirm. That's a kill confirm. That's a kill confirm, but don't do it. That's fine. Yeah. Sure. He's not showing the storage combos. I don't like that because down tilt storage combos are very important. Why? Are you predicting a mash out here? But why are they mashing out down tilt? All that does is store. Like, okay, so like down tilt, dash attack maybe, but they're mashing still. I don't think I have enough time for that because they had like off a second down tilt. I don't know why you do down tilt ever. There's no reason to, unless you're literally doing the storage combos or mixing them up with a down throw into down tilt. It just doesn't work. I don't like that. Suboptimal. You can jab them beforehand. You can get jab for extra damage and then get your dash attack off that. There's trust me, I'm not mashing out of a jab at 50% down tilt. No. Yes. This is shit. Like. This is good if you're doing Kremlin combo, but like just in general, down air F smash is very inconsistent, and oftentimes the move is too slow. Yeah, sure, I guess. Down air up air should be the only thing you're doing, unless like doing down air forward F on the stage. That one's good for the angle. Not enough people do that. Yeah, good. That's your optimal if you want damage. Let's go do that, sure. Oh, by the way, it's spelled with a K. Lore-wise. That's why you do Cannonball with K. Just Grayson Carroll. Nah. Still, the effort that's gone into this is very good. I like that a lot. Yep, good. I like the Cannonball setups being shown because like this just shows the power of full hop cannonballs. Very important option. Good, but that's extreme situational. On DI in that fails all the time. Don't do this one. I just don't advise it. Unless you like do the dash grab lunge really well and you use it with a boost grab, maybe, but like just don't. I don't know why I'm showing this. Why would you do that? You have up air as a kill confirm there. Show off the ultimate stuff. Show the storage. No, suboptimal. Good. Just jab beforehand again. This rarely works at this percentage because when it sends it to tumble, what you should be going for instead is jab block as a dash attack for as a kill confirm, or you do nair into a down air up smash. This is very poor and disregards how tech situations work with nair. Don't go for this. Good. Let's see, confirm. Late forward air here is for grabs is not very good. Because not only is late forward air just a nightmare to land in general, but like I just wouldn't suggest doing this. Again, it's the same situation with nair. Good. Good. That was what I want to see. Why would you dare? I don't know why I show dare. I guess he wants to show everything possible, but like again, like you just shouldn't. You could greatly like decrease like this video just by taking it away. Sure. You don't full hop there. You can still hit with a short up one, and you can just fast forward to up air. A lot of this is like, sure, you can do it, but why? I think Cannibal Suns should have been given their own section because of how like unique they are. No, don't do that. You're making me sound like that. Don't do that. A lot of this is just whatever though. That's the problem. Like down air, like if you hit down top percentage, just kill them with F smash. There's no reason not to. Also, I just watched all of it. Cool thing we showed there. something he showed I wanted to show. That sliding jab there, I want people to remember to look at that and remember it, because that's a really good tool in neutral and people don't do it enough. I think this guy actually did by accident, I'm not sure. It's because of K-Rool's weird traction. You can do it forwards as well if you just the end of the like if you do an initial so if you do an initial dash with that and like at the very end of it you can actually get a sliding jab which you can use to confirm forwards for a jab. Actually, 1 minute. So to avoid this, if you want to avoid this situation, just go through the whole jab. The jab 3 hits every character, so it's not a bad thing. You just can't store it on some characters. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Hold a minute. Hold on. Mate, where's your dash attack? Oh, it hits them all pop out though. Up here? Why? Wait for the full hit. What? Why? So, as a rule of thumb, if Smithers does another guide like this, only include the optimal combos. The combo section should have been like a quarter of its length. Just as a general thing. There's nothing wrong with what he did inherently, but it's just that when you want this to be like a guide for like people starting out or something like that, or just for people who want to actually like get good at the character, only show the optimal combos. There's nothing inherently wrong with showing everything if you just want everyone to see it. But I'd say make that its own video in that case, because if you include some optimal information like that, it could be very misleading to a new player. It's not inherently wrong, it's just like, Again, like, top marks for effort there, top marks, but just maybe cut down on the fluff a little bit. I know I'm saying that as I go really pedantic on some of Smithers' information, but just a general thing, you know? Now for mix-ups, let's see what he's got here. Does he have the based stuff? I like that. Okay, so as an air dodge read, okay, but it doesn't always work, and it's not very good. I'd rather nair here to cover the landing options, or cover a landing option with a pivot grab. That's not a mix-up. That's true. That's true at 0. If you hit it correctly, you have the right hit advantage. It's just a nightmare to do it. But as a mix-up tool, I guess you could consider that because of how hard it is to get. But it is still good. Again, it's the same. Like again, he's saying it's true of execute frame perfect. It works with forward air as well. Again, it's just that it's frame perfect. So they're right here on both notes. It's just that it applies to both. They're exactly the same in this regard. Oh, and also, nair down tilt is much more true at 20%, which is something he didn't mention. He's mentioning at 0. He's going for like 0 to 25, but there's a massive difference between that because K-Rool's knockback growth is so insane. I'm assuming the green means the mix-up tool here. But also, like, up air is the same thing. Like, they're both the same, so they should both be green. And also, again, like, you should probably just wait for the opponent to react shittily with their fast full aerials or air dodges, and then go from there. Oftentimes, you get a much more better reset that way. You don't have to mash a mix-up option at all. You never have to mash mix-up options. Never be afraid okay, so 1 minute. Okay, so never be afraid to delay your options. Never be afraid to do that, especially here. Like it applies especially with blunderbuss up throw and up throw. Like both of the throws, they are better used if you delay the options. Also, if they jump, they are in a much worse situation as well. Again, like it's the same concept. Oh, that's why. Okay, let's see. This isn't a mix-up. What are you on about? Oh, well, why include up tilt here? Again, like, if jab is available, up tilt shouldn't be here. Just remove it. It's fluff. Again, like if you're hitting them at this percentage where it's not true, just grab them because I've got a shield. Like, you only need to quick grab them. Same issue here. Like again, like late forward combos. These are really niche. I don't get it. That's not a mix-up. That's just true at 20. That's true at 20. Again, this has been tested thoroughly back in the early metagame. This is just a staple. That's a kill confirm right there. At 25, like, again, it's inhuman to do. It's inhuman, yes. But if you practice it, you can get as consistently as Kirby get. This is fine. Like, forward throw jab, that's not a mix-up. That's, again, a true combo. If you do the sliding jab technique, you can do it. And I mentioned that before as well. There's no reason for that. Don't. So you see here? This is landing lag. They can jab you here. You're asking to be punished. You're opening your legs and taking the opponent and just taking the dick really hard here. In fact, he could probably just dash in and grab you. Yes, there's perfectly opportunity to grab here. Or even dash attack if you're scared. Anything. Hell, in fact, they could shield here and do an out of shield option on you because you're minus 25. This is a horrible mix-up. Never do this. Okay, so if you stay here and you don't dash in like he just did with Cannonball, this is perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine. But only in a tech situation. This percentage, no, never do it. Because you can get a mix-up. Because the thing is, if you do crowd here, you can also Cannonball, and you can potentially get a really nice mix-up off, really nice damage off that. But generally, I don't know why you do it in this percentage. When you have 30% guaranteed off of a dash attack. Or you can get a good situation with dash jab, which Japanese players can show you all the time. They do it a lot. Chirori, Dera, Katoru. They all do it. That's fine, but just don't do it. It's less damage than dash attack, there's no point in doing it. Just completely suboptimal. No reason. That's just true. That's just true. Don't ever up tilt there. Yes. That hits will pop out as well. Because again, you got to factor in the fact that they take roughly 14 frames to acclimatize to the fact that they've just been buried. That's a very good reaction time, and also considering that they may have seen the move beforehand, so 14 frames is a rough estimate. So dash attack and jab on a human opponent will be true at this percentage. Unless they're a Lucas player, they're just mashing anyway, which... No. No. Don't do either of those. That's just bad at this percentage. You may be able to catch them coming out, actually. This is valid if they are a Lucas player, because they're mashing anyway. Why? Yes, this is true. Yes. This is the best one. Forward throw crowd out of F throw is the best one, by far. You are way better off doing that than anything else that he gives you here. Dash attack is okay, but like don't only do it on heavies. It's good on heavies. Otherwise, always crowd. Pivot cancel left tilt, never do it because dash attack's better. You've got to factor in damage, Smithers. You've got to factor in damage. What? What? No, don't do either of these. They're bad. Yes. There's no reason to up smash it here. You're losing so much mileage. In this percent range, what you do with down tilt, you confirm the down air, then you grab them. The mix-ups here are not needed. In fact, you can't mash out for half of these at this percentage because factoring human reaction time. This is just not mix-ups. This is just true in a conventional scenario. That's just true. My hit advantage spreadsheet proves that. You can look at it. Late nair to down tilt is true in so many scenarios. Again, this is true. What? Don't ever do that. Then jump out of it. No. At that close range, I guess if they air dodge in, you can wait, but like you're gonna get hit for it. Like, why not just go for the sock and send them off stage with the blunderbuss forward throw? I love that. That's my favourite thing to do. Like, okay, go ahead, deal with that all the time. It's great. Actually, like a good way to set that up, a good way to set that up is by dropping through the platform. So if you shoot from there, drop through the platform, send them out, they go. Again, yes, forward throw crowd is the best option. Don't pivot cancel left tilt, it's just not worth it. Like, come on. At that length of time, they are jumping or doing anything. In fact, like dashing and shielding their stupid landing option is probably better here to get a throw reset. They can like down throw, dash stack. Yes. Yes. Where's down air? Oh yeah, this is mix-ups, I suppose. Like mix-ups, quote unquote. But like the stuff here isn't mix-ups; they just die. Like on my down tilt spreadsheet that I believe they're using as reference here, I'm using task mashing and also not considering human reaction time, both of which are very major factors in why the hit advantage looks low. It's not actually low in practice. Like, so when you're doing conventional down tilt theory, so to speak, I know it sounds like a stupid way to put it, but that's the only way I could think of it in my mind. You have to you have to add around 14 frames to each hit advantage, and also you have to consider pop out lag as well, which is like, so in total you add around 26 frames. So ergo, these follow-ups that he's presenting are actually just true. Okay. But yes, down throw jab you do here, and also you do down throw up smash. Those are your main options here. Oh, dash attack, which he hasn't shown here. Why don't you show dash attack? It's perfectly fine here. If the opponent chooses not to mash, or they are delaying by mashing, dash attack starts working at this percentage range. Jab or up smash are your main options, but even then I prefer up air or jab, because up air probably hits them. Jab is just good because it sends the opponent to a ledge trap situation immediately. Inferno Kong is a very good example of that if you watch his gameplay. Nair is very good because you often catch them as they pop out with the late hit, and you can get a second grab off it. Not enough people do that. It's very, very fun. Strongly recommend it. So he does this wrong. What you do here, you use Nair immediately, and you hit the late hit, and then you just get your free grab or dash attack. It's very, very good. Very, very good. I've been using it a lot lately. Up there, go ahead. Forward air, good to get him off stage. Solid, yeah. Good. No, don't do it. The down tilt mix-up is only viable if the opponent is like about to mash out. So you shouldn't be doing it at this percentage. You should be doing it around 125ish. Where, oh no, actually no, that's where up tilt works. 100%, let's say 100, and you down tilt them so that if they get hit by the berry hit, you just dash off stage and back air them. Or if they don't, or if they mash out, they get hit by the aerial hitbox and die. Go down there. What? Back here. Yes. Okay, so we understand. Yes, this is very strong. This is a very strong option, but you don't actually do this. Don't turn around. Just drift in while using back air, and you hit with the sweet spot, and they die. This is a very solid kill option. I strongly suggest people start picking it up. So if you're doing a disadvantage, you down throw and you just do back at them. You kill them earlier than back throw does sometimes. Very, very good option. Please don't talk to me with this anymore. I don't want to be harsh, but like, don't do down tilt up smash, please. Down throw jab here is useless. Just dash attack them. Sure. Sure. Yep, good. Don't nair here. There's no point. It's nair is used to confirm extra for more damage at mid percents. Sure. Sure. Again, with the back air stuff, you can hit them in the ground with the hits, and it sends them to Brazil. It's very good. Like, again, like you don't need to turn around. You don't need to do any of that. Like what you do with down throw back air is a disadvantage. You get off the ledge, down throw, back air them, send them off. That's all you need to do here. There's there's no need to go through this song and dance. Because the thing is, if you're turning around for back air, you may as well just be dash attacking them. Because it kills early. It'll probably kill them more effectively and more consistently. Back air, better, is a disadvantage tool. I wish I had footage for it, but I don't. Actually, hold on. If you need footage of it, watch the Japanese players. They do it a lot. Shirori and Katoru do it the most, I believe. I have playlists for them on my channel. Watch them to show the down throw back air stuff. It's much better than it looks here. This guy makes it look really bad because I don't think they actually know how it's meant to work. And again, there's no shade towards them. I understand why they wouldn't know because it's a very new emerging trend, but as of a few months ago at least. But again, that's just better. And yeah, I may as well show this off. Yeah, show this off. Good, good. Yes. Yes. Not just varying mashing, just mashing really fast in general. It's meant what you do with down throw jab is to force them to mash so you can get your up smash. Or because you think it's like you're not like the reason why this works is because actually wait, why are you just grabbing them? So what you actually do, you down throw jab, dash grab to carry them across the stage, but then do it again. It increases the mental pressure on them because they're getting closer to the edge without being able to do anything, while you are now being able to kill them much earlier with your strong moves. Or you can kill them with up smash while also getting more damage. And keep in mind, K-Rool's pommel 2% of time. You rack up so much damage with this if you do it optimally. So what you do, down throw, jab, dash grab, get the pommels in, down throw again, jab them, etc. And then eventually get your up smash or your dash attack. It's a mix up, but it's still solid. The way this guy frames it, it's not the optimal way. Like this, no. Don't do this ever. This is bad. This is not the good way to do it. Ah, yes, good. Very important information here, yes. Some opponents are hit by jab 2. There's a spreadsheet for that on Lost World. Oh, right, yes. So you see, this happens only if you just this happens only if you do the standing one. If you do a dash grab version and pommel them, it resets it. That's not a fixed thing. They patched it in because people were too stupid with the down throw. Again, if you just pommel them and do a dash grab, it fixes it. There's no reason not to do it. This is misinformation.
Guys, this is what dying feels like. Gonna catch me riding dirty.
Oh, that's a good one. That's really good. That's really good. Yes, he's doing it. They're doing it. Yes. Base. Base! Yep, good. Don't F smash. Don't do that. Don't do that either. Good. Don't do this. Just do up smash instead. It's more consistent. Never requires platforms. If they have platforms and they can hit onto it, you can charge up smash to cover every single option. In my opinion, crowded to smash attacks isn't very good because it's very inconsistent and requires a lot of distant match management. In my opinion, the aerials are more flexible because of the movement you have in the air. I'd say go for the flexibility over the smash attack power. Like, this is just really hard to land. Agreed. Yeah, this is correct. Never do down air, because not only is it weaker, back air is just cooler. Yes, important information here. Always the attack options. Always charge down smash. Always charge it. There's no reason not to. You kill him at like 50. Like this here? Nah, you kill him way lower. Actually, wait. I don't know if down air was sendable high enough. But either way, like you get the idea. You get me. Yep. There are much sooner kill confirms than just this. Like, here, you can kill them at 50. Easy. Free. It's free. You don't need to charge it, ever. Alright, so, as a kill confirm, down tilt, down air, grab, down throw, up smash is a good mix up. Or you can do a down tilt, down tilt, down air, then maybe get a second one in. And then maybe you can get some chains off, or you can just have smash them. Again, like Kremlin combo is a thing, but also you can just like you can cut off this so much easier. Down tilt just comfortably possible. Yep. Why are you including these? These are too situational. In my opinion, a lot of these could have been changed so that you just include them when they start killing. I understand why they're basing on percentage ranges, but you could possibly just include the kill confirm itself and the range. In my opinion, this is just a very weird way to go about it. Also, where's manual down air, up air? There it is! There's the lad, yeah. There's very rarely will forward air actually kill. Like, forward air doesn't really kill much at all at these percentage ranges. In fact, I don't think these are even like, this is even where like forward air kill percentage. Like, oftentimes up air is just better because it kills them much earlier. Like, you can kill people with up air like 80%. So I think forward air is actually kind of suboptimal in a lot of areas. It may just be me though, I'm not sure. Like, also, like, forward air requires ledge labeled on it, because like, it does. Forward air is not that strong in that regard. It's strong, but just not like, killing you from center stage strong. The F smash they showed you there was suboptimal. You have to angle it downwards for more damage, or if it's Ganondorf, you could angle it upwards. Close. You are never hitting that. No, you are never hitting that. With how fast characters launch at 126%, you're not getting these smash attacks by this point. You can, technically, like as they're showing you, it's technically correct, but it's not good. Whoa! Wait, that death smash didn't even hit, the combo count didn't go up. He's lying to us. Nah. It's just good, dude. Like, sure? Just crown up air here. It kills them anyway. It's more flexible too. Okay. Same issue of combos. A lot of this was fluff that could have been cut into a much shorter section. It's better to go over the kill confirm combo itself and give the percentage range. That would have been much more effective than just showing the same stuff over and over again. It's not a problematic thing, it's just that it could have been much shorter and much easier on the people's eyes. Also, a lot of the kill confirms, again, are suboptimal. Like, stuff like forward air, up air kills earlier in every scenario. Because of how the ceiling is and how strong up air is. Again, like, it's technically correct, it's just that they're not optimal. when you're doing a guide like this, you need to show the optimal stuff without much fluff. Overall, the combos and like these two could be combined to be as long as the combo section. So you added like 10. You added around 8 minutes of fluff here. Again, it's not a problem, but it could have just been done better. Like what you did, you went for quantitative data rather than qualitative data. Guides should be qualitative.
Here we go.
Please be good.
Now that you know a hefty amount of what this character can do to the opponent, it's time to cover how King K. Rool is played in a match.
Shouldn't this have gone before the combos? Like when you were over advantage state, I think would be better. It's not. I guess it's not inherently bad. Maybe it's just how I would structure it.
In general, K. Rool wants to wall out the opponent while slowly claiming stage, press at his advantage after landing a hit, and then maintain advantage via denying an escape with his large moves, armor, and projectiles. He will also make an adequate.
So this is tank zoning. That's what tank zoning is. With her advantage using armored moves and projectiles, I make your opponent not fun. Yeah, okay. Yep, this is all correct information. Yes, this is all. This is actually very good. Actually, very good. Well, very good.
Use of mix-ups, since K. Rool gets large punishes on for calling out the opponent's flowcharting. This means being able to gauge what.
Well, one thing you could mention is that this character could kill you in like 2-3 interactions. I think you could have just mentioned just kill them as quickly as possible because like that I guess it is just the aim of the game, but like you could just note that because K. Rool just does it particularly very well. Oftentimes you could just kill like if you hit a forward air, you could probably like kill them from there, just with how K. Rool mixes up the opponents. This character this character punches flowcharting so hard that you really can just like kill people in like one advantage state.
What the opponent is ready for, and or what they are likely to do, is key to making the most out of King K. Rool's tricky and stress-inducing game plan.
That is beautiful. Quirky but stress-inducing gameplay. That's absolutely like a perfect description. Actually, I haven't thought of it that way. Yeah, like Smithers is not a bad player at all. I guess like this is really just like two educated players disagreeing. I really like the way this has gone so far. Like again, like. Gold stars to Smithers. This is very good. I love that.
Let's begin with his neutral. In neutral, King K. Rool typically wants to deny space and use the opponent's preferences to get around the then wall to either.
He gets it. I love him. Have my children.
Gain stage control and or extend off of a stray hit. The most common tool used to do this is Blunderbuss.
That's not neutral, that's advantage!
Typically in conjunction with a full hop. The main use of performing a full hop blunderbuss is to deny aerial approaches.
He understands me!
Most characters' combos and or extensions start with a landing aerial of some kind. This means that this move limits a lot of characters to either.
Solid. See, if you're going to camp with K. Rool, that entire interaction there was perfect. Like what he did, he denied all of this space here, where the cursor's going. All of this was covered. All of it. That's how you like keep the opponent from getting out of the game. I think he's missing out on this explanation though, is that K. Rool controls the ground mostly because of how his projectiles work. So what you see, so because of that, that's why K. Rool's so good at predicting like what the opponent's going to do because again like flowcharting opponents are just so easy to kill with this character. This character really is just like a flowchart killer. And the opponent again like in brackets, people are going to be expending less mental energy early on with the aim of using it later. So oftentimes K. Rool gets that's why K. Rool gets through early brackets so well and then falls off halfway because when people stop flowcharting actually thinking. It's a very interesting thing, and it's not something that's easily explained.
Double jump, and thus.
Was that forward crowd slide? And also, look at how he gained that stage control so quickly from that. that's how easily K. Rool could gain advantage. Just off like one interaction, now they're fucked.
Putting themselves at risk of King K.
He gave away too much stage control.
Rool's strong anti-air game, or go low and attain minimal reward at best for guessing right, while running headfirst into King K. Rool's fast, strong, and or lengthily active moves. Due to King K. Rool's neutral special's large amount of active frames, that the projectile moves slowly, and
Why would you crowd there? Don't crowd there.
that it can limit the opponent's reward the most, makes Blunderbuss his best tool in neutral. One thing to remember is that it is not wise to prioritize the move as a means to rack up damage, since the Kremling Monarch gets most of his damage from his normals.
Perfect, yes. Don't rack up damage with his projectiles, also known as don't zone with them. Why was he going over zoning when he just consciously recognised that they don't rack up damage with them? That's completely contradictory, but also he's right on the second part. Like, he gets most of his damage off his normals because he blows the people up in 2 and 3 interactions. That's how this character operates.
So if anything, one could use it as a means to set up other moves, either from a direct combo,
Exactly. Exactly.
or from forcing the opponent to approach a certain way.
Yeah, sure.
As a result of Blunderbuss's shortcomings, King K. Rool's other options in this game state are more preferable for follow-ups. Speaking of which, King K. Rool's Fair is his best neutral tool for that very purpose. It has a large amount of range, can be used to set up a lot of combos off of it, as well as the move having a good amount of safety on block.
This dude just forward crowd size consistently, holy shit! Like, this isn't initial dash, this is forward! He's a god! It's an eldritch being!
The thing that differentiates the two mentioned options is when to use one tool over the other in neutral. What decides this is mainly determined by how far away the opponent is from.
It's situational awareness and option awareness. That's not how you determine it. So situational awareness is stage control awareness, basically. So how much stage control do you have? How close is the opponent to going off stage, etc. They have option awareness, which is what my options do best. So understanding and recognizing what your moves are is option awareness, and then also knowing when to use them in any given situation, which is how you get into muscle memory and just general reaction to schemas. So that's how option awareness and situational awareness come together. So overall, I don't believe that's the way he's explaining. He's not explaining it wrong. He's just not getting the bigger picture.
K. Rool. Following this train of thought,
You could have downzoned that. Come on.
it can be concluded that at mid-range, Fair is preferable, while at farther ranges, Blunderbuss is preferable.
Okay, but also if they're far away, you could just dash grab them from Brazil. Like you're in Brazil, they're in Russia. You dash grabbing them from there. Again, like he's not going over K. Rool's burst options, which is where he's at his best. Neutral, like that's how K. Rool gets advantage so easily because his burst range is completely unreactable. You can't react to a frame 7 dash attack that launches you across the stage. You can't react to a dash grab that's frame 11 going from across the stage. You can't react to the lunge from it either. He doesn't understand unreactable burst range, which is such a crucial part of ground game in this game. It's not frustrating, but it definitely is something I wanted to go over. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Smithers.
One may think that Krunrang can be used in the same department as Blunderbuss, which it can, but it is far too risky to integrate as haphazardly without the use of wave bouncing.
Let's go. Okay, yeah, this is correct, because the way K. Rool moves makes it much more difficult for the opponent to gauge where he is. I know it sounds stupid that way, but like it is how it works in context because of the way wave bounces look. It's very dodgy. It also lets you move yourself more precisely. However, wave bouncing isn't required. You can jump back with crowd and get a very similar result, which is a thing that people seem to forget because they're so focused on wave bouncing. So don't take that as gospel. Just use crowd rag. Just jump before using crowd rag and maybe wave bounce a bit. There's definitely a lot of ways to use it, but generally what you want is to move while using crowd, so you get more distance away from the opponent or towards the opponent, depending on what you're after. If you want confirms, go forward. If you want to be more safe, go back. And also you're safer on shield if you go backwards. Just want to mention that. because obviously crowd's hitting them frames later while you are being further away. So overall, you're safer on shield if you go backwards, which is also another reason why you should wait back.
It is not as reliable of a tool due to the move's immense amount of startup and end lag.
It's the same as Blunderbuss. What are you on about? You just hail Blunderbuss as the second coming of Christ, and then you say this about Crown? It's faster too, so it hits them more reliably. That's why it's a whiff punish tool in neutral. That's so weird. Like, they're both frame 26. I don't get it. Help.
Without wave bounce of the Cranrang, it is possible for the opponent to react and punish Cranrang on startup alone.
So, same with Blunderbuss. They are the same, just different projectiles and different properties. Pretty much the same frame data. I don't understand this take. Especially since Crown is armored as well, so they have to come in and grab you.
Which can be done by the majority of the cast. The move also needs to be tossed at near max range to ensure that few of any characters can punish the usage of Cranrang.
Because it's a whiff punish tool. I don't know why he goes over Blunderbuss and then describes Crown this way. And they are very, very similar moves and in neutral are used in similar ways. It's just that Crown is better at whiff punishing while Blunderbuss is better at control because of the different speeds.
So, in order to use this move safely and thus not risking heavily losing neutral, giving up stage control is needed, which K-Rool typically doesn't want to do.
No character wants to lose stage control. The problem is that you're using Cranrang in ranges where you're getting hit. This is so odd. This is why I say that Crown isn't inherently a neutral tool, because it is matchup specific, and also because it's a whiff punish tool. And when you're whiff punishing a character, it depends on how their lag is. For example, if you see the opponent jumping in, that's why you crowd them, because they are making a commitment in the air. Their only way to dodge Crown is to air dodge, and that's not going to work. That's why in some of my gameplay videos and some of the higher level gameplay videos, you see people using Crown to bully people in the air, because if the opponent's in the air, they don't have shield access. So now they have to land with may land with an aerial if they're a masher, or they'll air dodge down to avoid it, or they'll try to clank with Crown instead using a high range move such as Dokkan's neutral air. Those are all options that Crown will punish when returning. So this is why you use Crown against aerial opponents to whiff punish them, because they're making a commitment. The way he's describing Crown in neutral here is completely wrong, and just not how high level players use it. It's not I don't want to say it's completely wrong, because I don't understand that Smash is a very nuanced game, but generally I just don't like the way he's describing it here. Again, it's definitely, I understand why he's saying it, but talking about the way he is. But when you go over Blunderbuss the way you have, and then say this, it just doesn't make sense. It is, I don't want to say hypocritical, but it kind of is.
This may seem to put the move in a bad light, but if Cranrang is managed to be integrated well by the listed recommendations, it can be used with minimal risk and yield high reward in neutral, thanks to the plethora amount of follow-ups that it provides.
Sure, but again, you're not using it correctly. You haven't described the whiff punish at all. Crowd is surprisingly fast. It's deceptively fast, in fact. Which again is why you use it differently to Blunderbuss. I don't know, man. It's very weird.
There is also the fact that the preferred spacing just so happens to be the point where both hits can connect on a blocking opponent.
Yeah, otherwise you're not using it correctly. Because otherwise, the forward hit until 100%, it's shit. That's why you space it that way, because well, the first hit is just garbage for a very long time, because it's often minus on hits until 50-ish%, so then you have neutral advantage, so it's all fucky, and you both have your little mix up things. Very odd, and then eventually you start to get hit advantage, and that's when you can't even combo off it because of the distance you are away, because of how you're using it. And even then, if you do too close, it's minus on hit, so you can for example, if you crowd someone right out close, Peach can nair out a shield and kill you. That's how minus on hit this move is for ages. You want to hit them when you start launching them.
This only further minimizes the ability of the opponent to retaliate on reaction, with the majority of the cast only able to reliably land.
Why would you crown though? Like, all you're showing is how not to use crown.
And a grab, if anything. So, as a general synopsis for countering in neutral, correct callouts with countering is key to making effective use out of it, with it being well worth the risk if used cleverly.
That is the one correct thing you said about this so far. Like, correct callouts. That's what you should have gone over from the very beginning. You're calling out the opponent's bad options in neutral. You're calling out their aerial approaches. You're calling out their general love of jumping. You're making them jump less, so then they're grounded, and K. Rool can dominate them on the ground. Blunderbuss is used in a similar way, just in a more controlling manner, so you're being less aggressive. And also because you get vacuum, which is the funny move. Also, Tomahawk Vacuum, where's that being mentioned? Tomahawk Vacuum in neutral is really funny. It's not great, I just like it.
Integration of Nair.
That was a jab lock! No, I don't want to criticize the gameplay, I just like to.
F-tilt, and pivot grab in neutral aren't bad ideas either, due to their safety, ability to hold center stage / snuff out approaches,
Burst range?
thanks to their armor or size, and their push advantage when center stage is attained.
You're so close to get how grabs work with K. Rool. You're so close.
One thing to remember about K. Rool's neutral is if the opponent has anything on the spectrum of a reflector, fair will take priority, with blunderbuss / countering taking a back seat.
Well, yeah, yeah. If you have a reflector, then you just bait it out. Cannonballs should never be reflected, by the way. In matches with K. Rool, like, if you're reflecting cannonballs, it's just a waste of time, because K. Rool will often be full hopping them, and then he low profiles them when he dashes. So oftentimes, like, if you see someone like jumping in with a reflector, you could literally just run in and up smash them, or just grab them and kill them. So, whatever. Like again, like if they have a reflector, just bait it out with full hop blunderbuss. It's fine. Hell, just arm your own reflected projectiles if you want. Like, it's fine. If you need to force your way in, do it. Like, additionally, many reflectors are very laggy. In fact, it's just a very odd take.
This is especially true if the reflector speeds up the projectile, with K. Rool's slow base stats not allowing him to maneuver around them without risking losing his oh-so-important positioning.
No. Reflect it back. Forward air it. Dash attack through. Jump over it. Low profile of reflected full up blunderbuss. You have so many options against projectiles. This character is very well defended. In fact, crown armor itself can armor a reflected crown. By the way, I don't think it works with higher multipliers, but like it's fine. Like, this is perfectly fine. What?
Gut check does help sometimes, but due to its high level of commitment, the move is only reliably usable as a mix-up option, with jumping and shielding being more reliable at the expense of the aforementioned invaluable positioning.
You're not losing positioning when you're shielding, you're holding your position. Huh? And gut check isn't a big commitment if you're going to reflect a projectile, because the actual counterattack itself has no lag at all. In fact, the counterattack has some of the least lag out of most counters in the game. It's been drastically improved through patches. Have you paid attention to the patches at all here? This is very frustrating. It's so close to being good. Like, again, like, you go over projectile counterplay, all of which was very, very good. In fact, it's reliable. I understand that K. Rool's size makes it very easy to hit with projectiles, but he's extremely well defended. And hell, like, you have crown for projectile defense. I didn't even go over that part. Like, if blunderbuss is reflected, you could just crown through it, and you can often punish the reflector if the person stays on. Like, for example, if it's not a Fox Shine or something, it's like a Mario Cape, like you see here. You could just, like, the crown can punish them as it ends. Okay, in fact, sometimes you can even get the return hit, and you can punish them for it and kill them. I don't understand this take. Like, it's so weird. It's like, hell, like, why not just parry it and then punish them that way? Like, have you learned parrying? Like, you can pivot cancel forward tilt through them. I didn't even go over that. K. Rool has so many options. This is very, very poorly represented. Beautiful. Sexy. Love this character.
Let's talk about the leader of the Kremling's advantage state. King K. Rool's advantage state is played similarly to his neutral, where he...
What? Excuse me? Did you say similar to neutral? No! Oh god, what am I getting myself into?
wants to limit the abilities of the opponent and are outprioritized.
Advantage is the state where the opponent's options are limited. It's where you have the stage control, so their options are limited. This is not right.
Aggressive attempts from the opponent to escape
Yes, this is in fact how you play advantage.
their disadvantage, thanks to all of his large and or armored moves. This means that the goal is to make the opponent feel trapped, even when they actually aren't.
Yes. But no, they are trapped because they've got less stage control. They are trapped. This is a trapping character as well, in fact, so oftentimes they are, in fact, literally trapped.
Upon entering the ledge trapping phase, King K. Rool wants to set up one of his many ways of keeping
Ooh. But dash attack isn't high risk. It's moderate, at least. Like down smash, yes. Up air, kind of. I don't know why. Wait, how are you up airing here? Are you up airing their jumps? Back air is very high risk. It's very slow, very reactable. Like there's even a sound cue to tell the opponent when to roll. Down air should be here. Forward tilt should not be here at all because dash attack is better. Well, no, that's actually very wrong. Sorry. No, F tilt is used. F tilt isn't really ledge trapping though. Like you're not really ledge trapping with F tilt. You're just killing them for staying on ledge. And also, this is correct. This is K. Rool's best area. He is literally just a ledge trap character.
the opponent off stage, the most common and cost effective of which is with his neutral special, Blunderbuss. With the aid of a platform, Blunderbuss can be used to cover every get up option, with it being a 50-50 guess on if it will work. This is
50-50? No! What ledge traps are you doing that aren't 100%? This character covers everything all the time.
all thanks to Blunderbuss's ability to drift in the air.
Oh wait, it's talking about Blunderbuss, sorry. Yes, it is 50-50 whether it worked because he shouldn't be using it.
In the entirety of the command grab's duration. Drifting forward covers neutral get up, jump, and drop down double jumps. Drifting back can cover rolls and get up attacks.
You can cover roll if you space the vacuum right on ledge. You should be around here roughly. So if you go to the edge of a platform and then do Blunderbuss drop down, you'll cover rolls you'll cover everything but ledge attack. And then if you go right there, you'll cover the jump and reel back, which is what this doesn't cover here.
The only consistent way of beating out this is stalling out the ledge and waiting out the Blunderbuss. This does, however,
The opponent there just did not react to the Blunderbuss going away. There's no real viable reasons for that.
allow K. Rool to then incorporate a plethora of mix-ups, thanks to Blunderbuss's ability to be delayed in its suction,
That's edge guarding.
and that one can drop through a platform during any frame of the move's animation. Integration.
Honestly, the biggest counter to Blunderbuss is just patience. And then you just like bait out the K. Rool going down with his down air. Because most K. Rools will just down air with it. And like, they shouldn't because it doesn't cover roll. What you should actually be doing is doing Blunderbuss, vacuum, and then like when it ends, drop down with forward air, you cover everything. You'll cover every single get up option with forward air because it's just so massive. And again, the jostling will put the opponent into the hitbox very often, which is something that people constantly forget. I understand why people don't remember it because it's something I haven't written down and also not people to actually talk about it. But it is a very important trait of forward air.
Mixing up between timings, baiting the opponent to choose an option, and
What the fuck was that?
making use of King K. Rool's several options that can hit an opponent at the ledge are crucial for higher
Actually, wait, why was he bringing up vacuum first when it's this niche option?
levels of play, since the opponent will be forced into a guessing game, which can either lead
It's not a guessing game, I'm just waiting for it to end. And if he drops down forward air, like you can just ledge track him for it as well. Or unless he like times it that way. Again, like this is just kind of weird. Like again, like vacuum is very escapable. It's just I mean, I guess K. Rool can cover the options, but again, like it's just it's just not his best option. Like, there's so many others.
Lead to more damage or even lead to the opponent's demise. With these tools at his disposal, getting off the ledge can be made a daunting task by the opponent, via them not being able to react to what the Croc is up to.
With vacuum? No.
This isn't even all the King of the Kremling has at his disposal. The next tool that needs mentioning is King K. Rool's Nair. Nair is a
Finally. Okay, so this is where you actually get to the good stuff, because Nair is one of the best ledge trapping tools. Because you could buff and dash out with landing lag, so you can cover a lot of options very, very quickly.
a fast armored long-lasting move, as you may have heard, that can be used to cover every get-up option like Blunderbuss. The only reason to use Nair over Blunderbuss is if there isn't enough time to set up the ledge.
What? I'm sorry? No, you do Nair first.
Trap with Blunderbuss, or if there are no platforms to utilize, thus making Nair a more reliable tool for covering ledge options.
It's reliable in general because you armor the ledge attacks and can down tilt them for it. It's reliable because you aren't using vacuum, which, because you're not using vacuum, which is the inconsistent one if people know how to counterplay it. Again, if the people don't know how to counterplay vacuum, yes, follow his guide. But if they do know how to counterplay it, this is where I have to start using Nair and stuff, because vacuum sucks. Because it always loses to something, and you lose to stage control. Again, yes, you can end it earlier and react accordingly, but again, it's just not that great. I mean, I know I have one of the lower opinions on vacuum as a K-Rool player. I don't understand what to do, but I do think that he's overstating it significantly.
The reason Blunderbuss is preferable whenever possible is due to Nair being a less consistent and rewarding tool with.
It's very consistent because you can drift. You can cover the rolls if you drift backwards as you do it, and you can do that on reaction. In fact, and also because of how fast Nair is, oftentimes you have like 9. So you have 9 frames of landing lag, and then you have 3 free startups, so it's 9, and then you have 3 7. You have 16 frames of downtime in total if you're spamming Nair. That's not considering landing with it, because the hitbox is up until you land. So you have 16 frames of downtime between Nairs. That's more than enough time to react to anything you want. Nair is good because you can catch every option or after, because Nair isn't committal. Vacuum is committal. It's so hard to explain just how important that is.
With higher levels of
also keep in mind, vacuum is also very reactable because of Blunderbuss itself as well. This is very wrong.
Commitment needed to cover every option. There is also less knockback, and by extension time, that can.
Less knockback is great because you can confirm a grab and reset the setup, and you can get loads of damage off it. You can also use dash attack to kill them. You can even do down tilt if it's non-tumble. In fact, that's very powerful because oftentimes the opponent's right by the ledge, so there's less. So in higher tumble percentages where they may be sent off the ledge, it doesn't happen because Nair is because of the stage base. So you can often get Nair down tilt more consistently in this area, thus giving you much earlier kill confirms. This is just wrong.
Can be used to reset the situation and or capitalize on an edgeguard situation. To use Nair, it is best to react upon the motion of the then ledging opponent, and then immediately either performing a short hop fast fall Nair, while staying at the ledge or drifting back with it without a fast fall to cover a roll.
That was a down tilt. That K-Rool was dead. Hell, in fact, you could actually have stored Nair late there and then ran off stage and killed them with back air. That was your kill confirm. You missed it.
There is also the caveat of the armor's health to worry about. So if the armor...
What health? They're on the ledge, they can't hit you. What, is ledge attack gonna break the armor? No, it's not gonna break the armor. If you're in advantage, you're already healing tons of armor of HP, so you should have more than enough HP to take a ledge attack.
is low, the integration of space landing fares is the way to go. Fair.
Yeah, fair enough. Space landing fast. Yeah, good. Because fair does cover a lot more options overall, I think. But Nair itself is very fine because of how easy it is to spam.
Are better used in combination with platforms, since it can be used similarly to blunderbuss. This is possible with, again, altering air drift and reacting to the motion of the ledge-hanging opponent being utilized for more optimal coverage. Next on the advantage substates, we have edge guarding. King K. Rool's go-tos in this state are Nair.
How do you edge guard with Propeller Pack? I've got to see this. Up air, I guess if they're high up, Crowd Rag, okay, Blunderbuss. Those two depend. I would rather not use Crowd Rag ever, unless to run off stage with Crowd Rag and catch them at that specific angle, which is often after back throw. But otherwise, I wouldn't do that. Blunderbuss, yeah, you can do it. You do it at the stage edge, and then you cover their options with the rest of it. Dare does not have to be at ledge at all. It doesn't have to be. It's just safer at ledge. Forward air to go check bar. Yep, solid. I'll put that in high risk though. Not gonna lie, because like if you miss back air, you're deep shit. Same with forward air. Crowd rag. On stage, crowd rag is edge guarding. That's very high risk because if it hits them backwards, they get back to the stage. Blunderbuss, I guess. Wait. Do you run off Blunderbuss? Why? There's no reason to. There's no reason to do offstage Blunderbuss. Actually, wait, there is a reason. If you be reversed into the ledge, have the ricochet come off, you can confirm a back air through that. But that's for when you're feeling particularly miffed at somebody and just want to shit on their entire life and make them quit the game. Also known as being Chirori. Now in hand, yeah, fair enough.
Dare, blunderbuss, and fair. Again, K. Rool wants to force the opponent to choose a specific route with blunderbuss, full up or not, to then enable him to more easily land his committal but deadly aerials. Nair is his best option, with it being especially good if there isn't time to set up a shot from blunderbuss. This is most evident due to the move's long amount of active frames, the animation takes the least amount of time to complete, and that it has armor to beat out any and all attempts at reversals. In the event that one isn't feeling confident about the opponent's recovery, however, either going for an on-stage dare or setting...
What was all of that? There was no reason to go for vacuum there at all, you just wait. Be patient, patience, Padawan, patience.
Up for a ledge trap would be more preferable. Speaking of dare is a great option when edge guarding thanks to his long-lasting hitbox and that it consistently hits below the ledge, making two-framing the move very easy. Do keep in mind that it's
not even two-framing. Sometimes it just goes beyond that area entirely. It's that big. It's not just a two-framing tool, it's more like a seven-framing tool of how far it goes.
It's not that disjointed, so recovery options that have...
No, it's that disjointed. No, it is. It really is that disjointed when factoring in how recovery animations work. They often have to reach up a bit, which is why it works. It's far from... It is that disjointed.
Have a hitbox can sometimes beat out the attempt if it is either not traded or armored. This is
if it gets armored, you're just bad. Like, why are you doing it then? In fact, the only super armored recoveries are like Charizard and DDD, and like DDD gets spiked at the ascent, and so does Charizard. So like, I don't know what that point is. If it's a disjointed move that hits beyond, like for example, Corrin's up B, I suppose you are correct, but in that case, don't do it. Just do something else. It's not does little to deter the move.
Especially true if the recovery option's hitbox hits very high above the opponent.
Also for scale, you can down air K. Rool's recovery. It's just very consistent. That's how disjointed the move is. It beats out Propeller Pack. There are many videos that can source for that. It is very, very disjointed.
The last advantage substate that is worth giving its own breakdown is juggling. King K. Rool doesn't have that strong of a juggle game, despite him having a lot of strong anti.
So he talks about up tilt here as well, I have to talk about how awful it is, so it clearly seems to identify this as a juggling tool. Also, don't juggle with either of those moves. Those are not juggle moves, they are kill moves. A back air isn't a juggling tool because it sends the opponent downwards. Unless you hit it with a shoulder hitbox, in which just use forward air. I don't know why these are being mentioned at all. These ones? Sure, and also up air is not moderate risk at all. It goes into itself quite easily, in fact if you use platforms to cancel it. It is far from moderate risk, it just has to be used properly. Forward air on the other hand isn't really a juggling tool because it's setting them off stage. So what your options are up tilt, up air, and maybe nair, but even then nair doesn't send above, so I don't know what you're on about.
Steering options. This is mainly due to a lot of them not setting up combos or that favorable of situations that could lead to follow-ups.
If you want to de-lengthen this, just say that it's because his moves only set in cardinal directions, many of which are not upwards.
There are, however,
His moves set horizontally.
strong punishes that set up the opponent onto platforms for tech chase situations.
Oh, and also, K-Rool's juggling should be respected because his up air is so ridiculous. There are many gameplay videos where you can see K-Rool stringing like 2, maybe 3 up airs together through platforms, and just because he falls like a brick, so the lag on up air doesn't really matter. Juggling with up air is not a bad thing at all, and also up tilt is just fine. Again, this is just really, really odd perspective. But yes, he isn't great at juggling, but it's not just to set stuff up, he can absolutely juggle if he needs to. And also his juggle will kill you, so there's that as well.
Such options include nair, fair, ring, blunderbuss, dare, bear, and forward throw.
What?
This does go without saying that even with so many options to perform such a setup, there are only a few that can be used to reliably do so.
Wait, he didn't mention up throw when in juggling, did he? Up throw is like how you get your juggles. Huh? Like you can grab the crouch landings, and hell, like crowd is a juggling tool too. Like you did mention that. Like crowd is perfect for that.
There's also the fact that most of the tools that do put the opponent onto a platform only do so in the event that the opponent DIs in, and if they choose to not expend a double jump. After some consideration, it can be concluded that King K. Rool's preferred option when setting the opponent into a juggle situation is to either send them horizontally, as to then take advantage of his far better ledge trapping and edge guarding capabilities, or finish them off with his hefty hitting anti-airs.
Just up tilt the cunt. Or up throw them. That's how you get your juggles. You don't need to put them on platforms, my friend. If they are on platforms, they're probably there willingly. So if you use that to up air them, to steal the platform and send them upwards into a bad situation, then you start punching them more. And also, that's safe there because you can drift off the platform and onto the ground. Because up air is stupid. If you're going to set up a juggle situation, just up throw them. It's fine to up throw them. And you may say, oh, they'll jump away. Good, because now they're in a worse situation because now they don't have a jump. So now you catch their next landing option with your up tilt or your up air, which is perfectly easy to do, especially because both of them last forever. You're perfectly fine here. There is I understand where they're coming from because these are good ways to set up the situations, but like, go over the important stuff. Like, you missed out all the important stuff here. Oh, this is weird.
Now it's time to cover King K. Rool's disadvantage state. King K. Rool's disadvantage centralizes on minimizing the amount of time he is in this state by either beating out attempts at extensions via out-prioritizing them, and or weaving out of harm's way thanks to his risky but plethora options to do so. Depending on the substate, and of course matchup, one may need to make more use or less use of some.
Okay, you're not using that tech there. You're not using crowd tech to get out of disadvantage, my friend. You don't have any time to get that. Out-prioritize is a very sacky word here, because what you actually mean is to outrange them. Priority in hitboxes isn't really a thing, so to speak. It's hard to explain. I just say try to get out ASAP. Like, yes, that is the point of disadvantage, but like, these two things aren't really it. I mean, this is kind of it. But this is it. But like this, no, don't do this.
Some techniques. First on the list of disadvantageous substates, we have ledge trapping. King K. Rool has an above average means of escaping from ledge.
That is a lie. This dude is fat. K. Rool is fat. Like that is worse on the ledge by far, my friend. Like, yes, he has ways out. Like, his neutral get up jab is good. He has neutral jump there. He has a good like you can also like, no, this is fine. You are -5 on shield because you get perfect landing if you do this. Actually, wait, does it mean like jumping into it? Does it mean like, wait? Oh wait, where's drop down forward air? Because he mentions it here. That's your best option. It's hard to do, I understand, but you can buffer it. I like... Huh? Because, like, okay, so let me explain this. Like, if you do drop down up air, drop down forward air, you're -5 on shield because you get perfect landing automatically, because of how tight it is. And it's bufferable, by the way. So, not only are you -5 on shield, you also get a free combo tool because you get maximum hit advantage. That is K. Rool's best reversal option. Also, where is neutral get up into back throw? That's fine. That's great. Or like down throw back air. You can kill people for overextending here. Get up attack is high risk, yeah, I guess. Jump and gut check, that's fine. Drop an up air, that's also fine. 808 does that a lot. I don't think it should be here though. I think it should be here. Roll, yeah. Also, actually, our roll is shit though. Like, this character's fat, so his roll is really bad. Double crowd around, yes. Double jump forward. Wait, oh wait. Oh yeah, wait. Double jump fair. That's what he means. He mixed up the terms. But that's not moderate risk at all. It's nowhere near that. There's next to no risk to doing that option, because how good it is on shield, and its range is incredible. So oftentimes when people are waiting at roll distance, forward air will hit them. This is his best option, long and far. And double crowd as well. Like, all these are good.
Pressure with his ability to use.
Wait, what about double jump there then? Don't you mean jump to there? Don't you mean this? Because double jump there doesn't give you enough armor frames, and it's just kind of bad. Forward air's just better.
The typical options, in addition to some strong options of his own. Such options mainly revolve around executing a double jump from ledge to either perform a fair, nair, crown ring, or up air. All of these options have the ability to beat out the opponent's attempts at maintaining advantage via their ability to out-prioritize other characters' moves. King K. Rool can utilize Wave Bounce Blunderbuss or Wave Bounce Counterang.
Don't ever blunderbuss here. Don't ever do that here.
After jumping from ledge to retreat off stage and thus making the moves end lag less
See, like that there? Good. That's what you want to do all the time.
of a detriment, with the ability to either perform a double.
Do you just see that reflected crowd getting blocked by forward air? That's what I mean when I say this character's well defended. He had so much advantage there, he could have just dash grabbed them. I just want to mention that here because, like, that's just my point being proven.
Jump aerial back on stage, or simply air dodging back to ledge. With everything King K. Rool has in escaping from the ledge, it can be determined that this is his least worrisome disadvantageous position. Do keep in mind that even if King K. Rool has strong options at escaping from the ledge, there is always counterplay that can be done, so varying up how one gets back on stage is key to making the most out of King K. Rool's strong reversal tools at the ledge.
I like that crowd jump, crowd bounce. I just want to say, I just want to mention that was like sex. Beautiful.
Time to cover how to deal with edge guard attempts on King K. Rool.
No. No. No.
There are a few options he has at accomplishing this, without prioritizing the attempt, by stalling out the attempt, by varying the timing of the Krennin's recovery, or by going for his...
It's not as low as possible, it's as close to the stage as possible, because by being close to the stage, you're minimizing chances for the opponent to attack you from the front. The frontal propeller back is the worst part. Because when you get attacked from the back, again, LSI plus tech is literally like free. You live forever because this character's so big. and so the opponent loses stage control because the attack has less lag, letting you recover safely. Additionally, being attacked through the top of Propeller Pack is very difficult for many characters. If they can do it, then fine, you're dead. That's life. But otherwise, it's very much lower risk. This misses the point. Edge dodges ledge, yeah. Double jump around stage, good. Probably high up special. Never do that. There's never a reason to do that. What you do, you up air drift towards the stage, so you never have to recover high. Recovering high with up B is dangerous and not very good, unless the opponent specifically makes it impossible for you, literally impossible in every way. You should never recover high with Propeller Pack. That's extremely dangerous, and you're literally going to just die for it. Blunderbuss, I don't know what that is. I think what it means, like, if you're recovering high, you just drift down below with the vacuum. In which, yes, it's very good. It's good for rule sides, and you just recover safely afterwards. Because if you do that and they fall into the vacuum, you toss them backwards and you just recover high for free. Crowd I guess you can do that. But yeah, crowd attack actually, because like you can do a crowd jump and you get a really good drift upwards. You can just get to close to the stage that way. Generally, solid.
Limited and sometimes risky recovery route mix-ups. Snuffing out attempts can be done with his Nair, Fair, Crownering, Gut Check, and Blunderbuss. All of these are very committal to go for, thanks to all of the options' large amount of end lag. As a result of this, being able to judge how and when the opponent is going to try and press K. Rool farther off stage is key to making effective use out of these options.
Didn't need to jump there. Just up there. It's fine.
Stalling off stage can be accomplished with the integration of up air and gut check, thanks to their vertical momentum alteration property.
That's why you hook the stage. You can up air to get your horizontal drift. This is why Ben Gold and other players do it. Although Ben Gold's retired now. There's no reason to go through with that. You are perfectly fine.
Properties, but as previously stated, they're very committal.
Again, not hugging the stage. Literally, like when I say hug the stage, I mean hug it, because they can't do that to you anymore. K. Rool is extremely well guarded when right by the stage. It's the most advantageous position to be in.
To go for, and thus should be used with caution. The timings of King K. Rool's recovery is fairly limited in scope, with it only being able to be varied on the timing of when the ascent of up special is executed. Varying the use of fast falls to juke out attempts and or baited attempts at edge guards is the best option typically. One thing to remember is that characters that are able to go super deep off stage, or ones with very large two-fairing options, are just able to ignore these mix-ups.
No, the reason why this happened is because you were stupid and used up air without thinking. That's why that happened. Like, the reason why they ignored that is because, like, you were literally just stupid. The Propeller Pack is even starting here.
And thus allow them to either chase him or just catch him during the ascent.
Like, again, like, this is just bad.
In regards to recovery route mix-ups, I have yet to mention. The only ones he has are to air dodge to ledge, up airing on stage, thanks to the hop that it provides, or by propeller packing high and landing on stage.
You could mention crown tech. If you're set high enough, you can throw crown, and they can often jump and collect it, and sometimes get some tech off that. Like, this especially apply. Like, if you throw it backwards, you can often do that quite easily. And then, like, what you do, you crown bounce to ledge. It's extremely difficult to do. I haven't seen many K. Rool players do it, except I think Onua, but it is very possible and it's very valid.
A nearby platform, or just to juke out an attempt at being edge guarded to then grab the ledge. All of these are okay at best and are generally limited by King K. Rool's low airspeed, making them very telegraphic.
You just see it there. You sort of do it. It's possible. It's just really hard
when he's going for them. If you couldn't already tell, this is by far his worst position to be in. Clever use out of the listed techniques is a minimum to get around any clever opponent's attempts at edgeguarding King K. Rool.
Like, the thing is, K. Rool's, like, undeniably quite hard to edgeguard on heavy standards. Like, it's very difficult if you actually like doing what I say here. He has plenty of mix-ups and stuff, and it's just linear. That's the problem. It's linear. It's not bad. It's linear.
Now time to cover how to lane with King K. Rool. Just nair.
Yeah. Yeah. Just now. You don't need to go to...
But in all seriousness, King K. Rool does have a decent time landing with a plethora of options to do so.
Where's fast forward neutral air dodge? But why are you directional air dodging? What? I guess I could do that. Down air should be like like over here. Like not even on here, just over here. Down air disadvantage sucks ass. Just nair instead. There's no reason to ever down air. It's so bad. Like it is just so shit. Just nair in every situation where you do that. I see lots of K rolls do this. I just constantly call them out for it, and they just like, why should I do this? I'm like, do it. I was like, dude, nair is a move. Like unless you're unless your arm is like stupid low, but just air dodge instead. Like also forward air should not be high risk. That move is fine when landing. Back air, no. Blunderbuss, don't ever. It's funny. It's really funny, but don't.
So, such options include, well, nair, double jump, air dodge.
Wait. Why is that here? You're losing an option. It should be here. Like, air dodging I can understand because if you hit again, you could still air dodge, but like, if you double jump and you're hit, you can't use it again. That's the biggest commitment you can make a disadvantage. And also, you're landing. If you double jump, you're being put into a situation where you're higher than where you were. The opponent now has time to follow you and catch you again, and now you're an option down. If you are using like the reason why you double jump is so you can fast forward neutral air dodge. So you're doing these two in sequence. And yes, K. Rool has one of the best in the game, but you do it as a last resort because the opponent is constantly juggling. You have no other way to get down. This is such a dangerous, misleading thing to say when you could potentially be sent off stage while being juggled, and now you're forced to recover without a double jump.
Up air, countering, and gut check. Similarly to being edge guarded.
Like, it should be at least moderate risk. I understand. I get that it has the illusion of safety, and I don't believe it's quite safe. But like, it is definitely better than being in high risk area.
All these options are very punishable if predicted. Yes. Even nair.
You have 9 frames landing lag. Nair is only punishable if you let it be. Like, if you use it constantly, yes, it's going to be punishable because you won't like actually has like every character has options. But like, huh?
It's not a free landing option.
It's definitely nothing is free. It's just that Nair is really good.
There's a joke earlier. Probably. This game substate does come with the caveat of more options being able to be used more often, thanks to getting hit just resetting the situation.
I just want to say, I appreciate this guy not just autopiloting his option there. That was very good. Very good patience. And also, another thing you can do as a landing option, which people don't often talk about, is that you can air dodge into the ground to get a forced tech, and you tech roll backwards.
Instead of draining resources and or
You just brought resource drainage where you put double jump in low risk. Stop. Get some help.
King K. Rool to very few options, like being edge guarded does. One thing to make note of is in order to reliably perform a fast fall air dodge with King K. Rool, he needs
brought it up
to expend his jump. The main reason for this is due to the fact that all of King K. Rool's aerials have a hefty amount of end lag, thus not giving him enough time to even try to air dodge after throwing out a move. So, much like every other disadvantageous position, mixing up timings and the options themselves is key to enable King K. Rool to land safely and effectively.
Actually, this is good. He just put double jump in the wrong spot. That's literally the only problem here. Every other bit of advice he's given here is perfect. It's actually very good. This is actually based. It's based. It's just they overrates double jump. That's literally the only problem here. Again, like this guy is actually very good. Like I again like everything I'm bringing up here is nitpicking, except for like up tilt the up tilt dash grab reviews, which I think are affronts to humanity. Just joking. They're just again like it's just me disagreeing on like very minor points. This is very good. Okay, but this is me when I'm speedrunning stocks with K-Rool because this character can kill you in 20 seconds. Actually, it isn't brought up a touch of death, so oh well.
Before diving headfirst into the tech this character has to offer, I want to remind everyone that what is about to be shown should not be focused on / attempted until the previous sections are understood and mastered in full. The tech builds a lot off of what has been shown and described prior, so you may feel lost if you opt to just skip to this section. I am also going to remind you all that this section only serves as a showcase and covers the surface level applications of such tech. Since this guide is going to be brief with King K. Rool's tech, I recommend looking into the
Oh, it is brief actually. Okay.
advanced guide, once it's out anyway, where it'll break down all of the theory of the tech and what they all can do for King K. Rool in a typical match. With that being said, let's have a bit of a tease as to what a technical King K. Rool looks like.
Nice.
Let's begin by looking at the simpler tech K. Rool has. First on the list, we have his ability to drop through platforms during any frame of the
Blunder drop. I haven't heard a single person call it that ever. We just usually just call it slip through platforms or plat drop.
animation of blunderbuss. This technique can be easily
Also, this isn't really a technique. This is just a mechanic that they explain in the skill list. Just want to point that out.
executed by just pressing down as if one were to drop through a platform normally. This tech is typically used to mix up King K. Rool's ledge trap timings with the advent of a platform, and or in conjunction with the use of another tech, vacuum delay. Since this fact about this tech was mentioned in a previous section, here's another tidbit about the technique. Did you know that King K. Rool is able to perform aerials when dropping through platforms both more reliably and faster on average than every other character?
That's just misinformation. It's not fascinating the character. It's just that his moves are gigantic and they look like it. And it's also because K. Rool players are crackheads, so.
This is thanks to the aforementioned ability to drop through platforms on any frame of the move.
No! No! No, that's just wrong. That's not. It's not because of that mechanic. It's just the way K. Rool's works. It's just like Blunderbuss is just its own mechanic. The move script specifically gives you a flag to allow you to drop through platforms the second the move starts. You could just look on the Smash Ultimate Data Viewer for proof of this. The code is there.
And that the drop through can be buffered, which normally isn't possible for the majority of the
Like, it's not that you can't use aerials it's not that you can use aerials faster, it's just K. Rool players being crackheads. And also players often delay their moves because their characters are smaller and thus their moves like sometimes take longer to come out, or they just or the moves just almost better that way. K. Rool is gigantic and he hits the floor like immediately because of how huge he is, which is why his moves look faster.
cast. It still comes with the risk of the lag of the move itself, so don't try to make use of this quality too much, else you'll
Again, like the way it's dropping through the platforms, like, that's just normal plat drop aerials. It's just normal plat drop aerials.
likely receive a mighty punish from your opponent.
Yes. Which is why
Next,
you do it with ledge
let's
dropping.
take a look at blunder bouncing. This is a technique where King K. Rool's vertical momentum is fully reversed when executing a buffered full-hopped blunderbuss.
No. No, that's just his full speed. It's just that specials cancel your aerial momentum when you use them most of the time. Blunderbuss is one of them. This is just game mechanics, not a tech. I understand why you would see it that way, but it's not how it works. Like you could look at VL Param by Mishima, and there'll be nothing that says that K. Rool's full speed is multiplied. I could literally get that up right now if I wanted to, but I'm not going to do it because I need to get through this. I've been doing this for 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 31 seconds.
This tech can be used to add yet another layer of ambiguity when ledge trapping.
This isn't ambiguity, it's literally just game mechanics. This is just a part of how Blunderbuss functions. You're not doing anything to execute the technique. It's not players will try this because it's how the move works.
Trapping or juke out attempts at air-to-airs by the opponent. There is also some additional crafty ledge play that this tech provides, but this quality will only be elaborated on in the...
Actually, am I misunderstanding this? Like, honestly, like, I think I may be misunderstanding it, because I'm noticing, like, talking about how the air momentum is reversed when he drops, in which I think I understand where he's coming from, but again, it is literally just game mechanics. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anybody frame this as a technique before, so maybe I'm just too used to it happening that I don't even think it's a technique. Which is how I saw crown cancelling for a hot minute.
The advanced guide. Now let's look at the last tech that Blunderbuss has to offer. Vacuum delay. This is a technique that allows the vacuum of Blunderbuss to be delayed in a range of timings, depending on when the B button is pressed within the window that the suck can be executed. As previously stated, vacuum delay's main use is as a strong mix-up tool for ledge trapping the opponent. This technique can also be used to catch haphazard out of shields when the move is slightly spaced on a blocking opponent. Now we're getting into techniques that are both more abstract and integral for higher levels of play. If you plan on becoming a competitive player, these techniques will be the utmost useful to you to know about and master. Starting off simple, let's cover crown catch cancelling.
Wait, so he didn't go over reshoot delay, which is like a really niche game mechanic with Blunderbuss where you can delay the reshoot by 6 frames. Which doesn't really do anything, but it's a thing. And also fake shot vacuum cancel, which is where you can cancel the fake shot at any point into a vacuum as well. Which is basically like the reverse of vacuum delay, which is something else.
This is a technique that aims to avoid the minimum 17 frames of...
That's fine. 17 is fine. Like, that's why all the techniques work.
The pickup animation.
Wait. Is he playing crowd catch as advanced? Like, wait. Stuff for competitive? This is just normal. Like, you do this just on average when playing K. Rool. This is just normal K. Rool gameplay. Like, hell, even an initial dash can like, cause this.
For the crown of Crownerang. This can be done by performing actions that out-prioritize the animation.
Anything out-prioritizes it. Any unavoidable animation. Hit stun, hit lag, your jump, you can jump squat, well, just a jump squat, if in case you're wondering. You could like anything, even shielding, jabbing, anything will out-prioritize it.
Then predominantly being attacks, to then safely catch back the crown. One especially useful action that out-prioritizes the catching animation is the 3 frames of jump squat. This min-maxes both the safety...
This is sometimes called crowd squatting, by the way. Just want to point that out.
And possible frame advantage after the potential landing of the oh-so-delicious returning head of Crownerang. Before we start getting really technical, let's take a look at crown footstool comboing.
Don't do this. Like, the only reason why you would do this is to set up for a down air lock. And like, you could tech it. So you could just tech chase, I guess.
As the name suggests, Kinky will be footstooling the opponent after landing the returning head of Crownerang. This technique opens up a lot of 50-50s when an air dodge down is executed after the footstool.
Also, remember, do the second jab. It's perfectly fine to do the second jab.
Platforms also extend the window where such 50-50s can be executed. There are instances where going for the 50-50 is more optimal than going for an aerial.
If you're going to kill them, just use up air. Like, at this percentage, it's just up air them. At lower percentages, you could possibly justify doing it. Especially at lower ones, because at that point, you could just fast fall down there afterwards. And that often is much less reactable because they have taken less knockback. So oftentimes there'll be a much tighter window to tech. That's why you would do it. And also, if they do tech, you can just dash tech them. The footage here is a bit misleading, I think.
But the specifics on this will only be described in the aforementioned advanced guide. Alright, now things are getting a bit complicated. Oh boy, here we go. Crown sliding and crown bouncing are techniques that aim to play with the pickup animation, rather than always against it, as one may assume, and its strange qualities. Some of which are that of it being treated internally as if it were a special move, and that certain grounded options have their momentum conserved when they otherwise wouldn't for another character. Confused yet? Well, let's look at what this all means for King K.
I just want to say, this guy is swaggy with his crown bouncers. Oh my god, this dude's like practiced this shit hardcore. It makes me feel really happy as someone like pioneered these two things. I was very proud of doing them.
Roll. First, let's look at crown sliding. This technique allows King K. Rool to shift his momentum on the ground in 8 different ways, with each
There's 4.
differing on the distance, facing direction, and of course, their execution. The same also goes for crown bouncing.
Wait, does it be like forwards and backwards? Wait, so there's about 8? Because there are 4. You have the initial dash version, the forward version, which is if you do frame perfect reverse to one side, and there's also reverse and a regular. I'm assuming that he means that.
It has 12 variants, by the way, with it essentially being an aerial version of crown sliding. If you're interested in learning how to execute both techniques, you have the option of waiting for the advanced guide, or looking at the spreadsheet document linked in the description. Crown
I'm very worried about the spreadsheet because I didn't do that.
sliding and crown bouncing enables King K. Rool to mix up his positioning, microspace, perform combos, and even pull off kill confirms. I think you can all start to see why these techniques are very valuable to King K. Rool. And we're not even done yet on what this Kremling has to offer. Alright, the moment that you all have been waiting for. The reveal of a technique that has not yet been discovered by anyone.
I just saw what that was, and no, that is not discovered. That is not newly discovered.
I call it crown trumping.
No! No! No, you did not discover that. That was discovered by Quack and Japanese players back in 2019. That is known as the Chirori trap. Or I guess Quack's tech, something. This isn't tech, this is a ledge trapping technique. No, you did not discover this. Please do your research. Please actually, like, verify. I'm very disappointed.
This is a technique that makes use of Crown Rank's property, where it will only loosely follow King K. Rool vertically when returning to him. When the positioning is right, this quality can be used to cover the area where a ledge-trumped opponent is sent after being trumped, thus enabling guaranteed ledge trump punishes.
Yes.
Another way to use this technique is to use the coverage to instead force the opponent off the ledge.
Okay, so this is a ledge trapping technique that was discovered by Quack initially, and it was rebirthed by Chirori and other Japanese players in the Japanese King K. Rool Discord. They've been using it for quite a while. Quack was obviously the person who first found it on Twitter. There is a Twitter source I will link in the description for this, because I am very, very annoyed that this is being taken credit for, but when there's other players who discovered it very early. It was popularized by Japanese players when they later rediscovered it themselves. Smithers did not discover this at all. I am very, very annoyed. I obviously, like, he probably didn't know, I didn't verify, I understand, but this needs to be rectified. I'm very, very, very passionate about people being credited for their work, and I'm very annoyed that this has happened. In fact, like, when it was rediscovered, me and multiple high-level King K. Rool started using it themselves. Raffi, Legassini, Spiny Bro, Other Kinky Roll players have been utilising it quite well. I think Maxu's been doing it a bit. Onua was doing it near the end of her reign of terror over the Tri-States. Was it Tri-State? I don't know. I forgot. Was it Heartland? I don't understand America. But yeah, like other high level Kinky Rolls have been using this for a long time. I think Kirby Kid actually did it as well. But no, Smithers, you did not discover this at all. I hate it when there's revisionist stuff like this. But again, like I'm not gonna put the whole blame on you. Ignorance is a natural thing. But anyway, the way you use this technique is usually like you'll go just behind the platform, you'll throw the crowd right behind, then you'll dash onto the platform and use blunderbuss, and then you vacuum. That covers every ledge option because as the crowd rolls off the ledge, it hits their ledge hang, it hits their neutral get up, and it can also hit their roll, while vacuum covers the jump. It's a very powerful technique, and in fact the vacuum is just one of the ways to use it. You can also use forward air, you can use up air, you can use anything, because King K. Rool covers everything that the crowd doesn't. It's very powerful. The jump thing here is quite cool. I think I've seen Shirori do it at least once or twice, although it's not the only way to do it. Definitely a good setup though. I definitely will try that myself, because I've been meaning to. But yeah, I'm definitely annoyed at this with the revisionist aspect, but I'm very glad that this is being shown. I wouldn't call it advanced technique, this is just a ledge trap method. It's just a very difficult ledge trap to understand.
Since the crown can also be influenced to hit a ledge hanging opponent if they are.
In fact, like, thinking about it, Luke Leal also found this very similar thing where the crowd would actually skip through the ledge, which he called crown clipping. So we're back to this being a constantly rediscovered tech that people think is new, but it isn't. It's very old. In fact, it was discovered in January 2019.
They are no longer invincible, of course. This allows King K. Rool to actually cover every option on a ledge hanging opponent, in combination with the use of blunderbuss in the typical manner when ledge trapping. And people thought this character is brain dead. Please. I bet all you small-brained individuals that saw K. Rool this way are sitting there speechless. And for the record, no. King K. Rool is not a bottom 10 character.
Based.
I'm looking at you, Esam and Mars. There are other uses of the previously mentioned techniques, but such applications will have to wait for the advanced guide. Dun dun dun. Here's a little section I would like to call Making King K. Rool Viable. King K. Rool is widely.
Fuck off. No, this should not be a guide.
Considered either a lower mid-tier or low-tier character on many top player tier lists. In order to make an astute judgment of what he needs fixing, a reiteration of
he doesn't need fixes. You want changes. There's a very big distinction between these two areas. This is just not what you should put in a guide. You're not explaining how to play the character here, you're explaining what you want changed with the character. This is very, very bad for someone who wants to learn the character when you just spent 1 hour, 7 minutes and 10 seconds explaining what the character can do for you, and now you're going on to just dunk on the character with what potential fixes. This is just very poor.
His strengths and coverage of his weaknesses are in order. There are, however, a lot of underexplored techniques from both his own player base, as well as possible counterplay for such strategies from the general player base. So, I will also be looking over the underrepresented strategies to see if there is enough there to even warrant a buff of some kind. I'll also be trying to maintain the identity of the character, so no, I will not, as much as I would like to, be making him faster, giving him a frame 1 nair. Yes, Smash Ultimate is widely acclaimed to be a very balanced game, but as time goes on, I can see the weaker perceived characters possibly fading into obscurity as the skill ceiling increases. If you are just skipping to this section to learn how to beat King K. Rool, I implore you to look back on their previous sections to inform yourself on what this character is capable of, and
why has this guide just been used as a way to segue into explaining how a character apparently needs buffs? I don't like that.
to look out for. Knowing these things is important, if not more important than where this character is weak in, since every character is going to try and use their character's tools to play around their flaws, making just knowing where a character is weak not enough to paint a full picture of the matchup. It will also help you to understand my decisions as to the buffs I think are necessary
Fuck off.
for King K. Rool. With that being said, let's make King K. Rool viable. King K. Rool is a mix between 3 styles of play: a trapper, a zoner, and a turtler. Many of his tools force interaction.
I'm just gonna say, like this started off so well, and now I'm just like crying. Smithers, I just want to say, when you're writing a guide, this should never be put anywhere. This is very, 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 very bad. You can talk about his weaknesses, but you don't segue this into buffs. Wishlisting is the ultimate skill barrier, because it means that you begin to expect these changes when you constantly talk about them. Talk about how to buff your character does nothing. It's very unproductive. It doesn't it gives the people something to apparently aspire to when they may not even get it. It's dangerous. And it ends up dominating discussion about a character. Like, oh yeah, you're discussing a matchup. You're like, okay, this character does bodies this part of our weaknesses. How do we play around this? And people start wishlisting buffs. Then you never get anything done. It's unproductive. It's dangerous. It just doesn't help you. It doesn't do anything. I understand it's fun to go, oh yeah, this is cool, this could happen. But why put this in a competitive guide video? Why put this in a video like this? This is something you should put in its own video where it gets 0 views. Because it's just not productive. I understand that I'm being very harsh here, but it's just a thing I've seen in the K-Rool community so consistently ever since the game's release, and it's just very, very annoying. Because it's always the same stuff, and it's always very short-sighted, and it doesn't actually go into how the buffs would actually change the character in terms of overall game plan. People sometimes either completely rework the character, they make the character broken, or they go over like ridiculous changes that would require a massive amount of effort by a balance team, such as giving him a new move. No, they don't do that. The character is fine as is, he just needs a good pilot, which is something that's been criminally needed ever since Ben Gold quit and Muck quit. It's very... Like, Kirby Kid is probably the best pilot for the character right now, or the Japanese players, who are absolute crackheads. But, like, it's just very annoying to see people ask for buffs when they've not reached the top level with the character. And even if you reach top level with the character, why are you asking for buffs? You're fine. Like, it's just so unnecessary. It's like when people ask for nerfs for a character rather than actually learn the matchup. Like, in my day, we didn't have patches. We just grinned and bear it.
And or decisions from the opponent to then play into his strong walling capabilities when the opponent succumbs to the pressure. This character can be rather tricky for the opponent to get used to, with a plethora of armored moves and wacky techniques that he has, but such
Yes, he does. He perfectly does. If you like his flowcharts are very similar to most projectile-based characters. They're also very similar to Bowser's. He's just a fusion of them. He's just a unique character. He has his own. Every character abides by game states differently. Every character has their own different flowcharts. K-Rool just play the same game as other characters. It's just that he's very unique in how he does it. Doesn't mean that it doesn't mean it doesn't abide by typical flowcharts. Like does BioLife abide by typical flowcharts? No, I don't think so. Does Pikachu do it? When Pikachu's like game plan is literally just T-Jolt grab? Is that not abide by typical standards? Ultimate has blurred the lines between a lot of typical game state theory for a very long time, and I think that people are just only recently woken up to that. I don't think that this is I think this is quite a misleading part of the character.
pronounced strengths are coupled with very polarizing weaknesses.
Polarizing doesn't mean you don't abide by typical flowcharts things. It means that you have polarizing points. Nothing more, nothing less.
Because of these weaknesses, it is not unheard of for at least some characters to steamroll after eventually getting in and landing a single stray hit.
You were just stupid there. You didn't die off a straight hit, you just didn't DI the combo correctly, and then you rashly clicked up air without looking at where Pyro is going, and then got bodied for it. You could have done a lot of things there, you just chose not to. That's not a good example. If you want a good example, show a Peach zeros to death in K. Rool. That's a much better way, but it's also just showing how Peach is a strong character and K. Rool is fine.
Let's take a look at the character's weaknesses in full to figure out what's keeping this king off of his throne. The weaknesses of King K. Rool can be categorized into 3 areas:
Oh god,
the risk-reward of many of his options, the limited areas where some of his strongest options can be applied, and inconsistencies of the moves within his kit.
I already know he's going to go over with the inconsistencies, just off what I know about how people argue with this character, and most of them don't exist, or they're just negligible. Imbalance of risk and reward, I'm gonna love this.
King K. Rool is at his weakest design-wise when he is under shield pressure, being outcamped and are forced to approach, being comboed, and when he's sent off stage.
This I agree with. His out of shield options are criminally bad. I believe that this will be and I believe if you're going to upgrade this character, it'll be something like increasing the speed of Nair, possibly making the armor appear earlier than usual, while the rest of it doesn't. I think maybe if we're gonna actually discuss buffs, I'm open to discussing them. So let's do this. So make Nair frame 4. Make Nair have frame 4 armor. Don't change the hitbox. You're fine. Getting outcamped, that's your fault. Getting comboed, that's your fault. You got put at disadvantage, you're playing heavy, your stock starts at 60, this is normal. Get sent off stage, you are off stage. You should be in you're already weakest area when you're off stage with any character. It's just that K. Rool specifically has a linear recovery, which is a balancing factor because he lives forever.
King K. Rool's weak out of shield gain can be traced back to his lack of fast, reliable out of shields.
Yes.
Sure, Nair is reliable and up smash is fast, but neither fill the role of both, and
no.
That the 2 options are sizable commitments in practice, unlike
Nair isn't a big commitment. And in fact, you also have up tilt out shield, but I believe you don't actually know about that because of problems earlier. He's fine. He is I guess not fine. It's definitely his lowest point, but he doesn't lose for shielding. That's stupid. You also have jump out of shield, which is fine as well. You can jump in down air. There's lots of things you can do. This is literally just misleading. This is dumb. I don't know, man. I don't know.
what a good out of shield option typically does. To deal with this weakness a little bit better, viable King K. Rool will have his Nair come out 1 frame faster.
So you're making your armor frame 5, which is and the move frame 6. Factoring in jump squat, this does nothing. And also, calling it viable King K. Rool in the Magic Scrumpy format is just kind of... I don't like that.
As minute of a change this may seem, this buff also gives King K. Rool a slightly easier time landing, in addition to another option he can more reliably use as a sort of combo breaker.
Sure. To be honest, yeah, you know what? Fine. Give you that. Still think 2 frame sooner is better, but like, okay, sure.
The Kremling Monarch's weakness to being outzoned, as a character that has moves that typically serve as zone breaking options, is rooted into the commitment that a lot of the options that he has to deal with zoning have. King K. Rool does have a pretty solid burst range, but against characters like an
What?
other player around this range, and or punish him hard for attempting to close the distance with his poor mobility, can negate a decent amount of the character's options to get around opposing walls.
I think that this is rooted in his lack of knowledge about how dash attack acts in practice. Because a lot of the times, like people with this kind of mentality, they often have trouble dealing with shield in neutral, which is because they don't actually have enough confidence with dash attack's lunge to actually close the distance. This is a very common problem, and I think that's reflecting in this guide, which again isn't a problem. Everybody's got guides will reflect players' opinions because it is strictly opinionated, but I believe that this is a problem that he has himself. Otherwise, like there's lots of other ways to close distance. I mean, yes, he definitely does have problems at times, but at the same time, I don't think he's dash grabbing enough. That's how it comes off in this statement.
This is especially true against characters that can constantly pester K-Rool and be slippery about it.
I mean, I also think a part of this is not using Crowd Reg as a whiff punish tool, which he definitely didn't go over before. I'm just formulating this in my head based on what you said prior. I'm obviously I'm not Smithers, so I don't know, but I believe it is part of the problem here.
To combat this weakness, viable Kinky Rool will have gut check cancelable when reflecting, and
this is what I mean by asking for ridiculous buffs that require lots of dev time. Cancelling gut check does literally nothing, and also what you're doing is turning a counter into a touch of death move. Because if you cancel the reflection, that means you're also going to get the dash grab combos off of stuff like Wolf Laser. That shouldn't happen, and is like not how K-Rool should work. You're deviating so far from the counter concept there, and like gut check is literally just fine as is. It's a great move.
and that Crown Orang will no longer get the hitbox nullified when the opponent attempts to clank with it.
This removes your projectile defense. Do you know how transcendent projectiles work? If you have transcendent, for example, with Wolf Laser, that goes through all projectiles, it also means that you're not defended against projectiles either. By doing this, you're actually nerfing King K. Rool in many areas, because now he can't stop things like PK Fire with Crown, which is very, 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 very bad for the matchup. In fact, I believe that's one of the most important parts of it, because it helps the whiff punish tool with sound cue. I also believe that if you do this, you're also going to make quite a few characters that you probably don't like much harder. In fact, for example, like stopping ZSS half charge shots, stuff like that, is you have to stop with Crown. You're now forced to shield or gut check or nair, some of which you've actually criticised for being bad because of the armor. Crown Orang is a very important move in this respect because you don't have to spend armor to get through the projectiles. Making it transcendent is very bad. What you actually want is higher damage, so it clanks with more projectiles.
These changes will substantially aid the Kremling when trying to close the distance, but
no, it won't, because you are now going past every single projectile, not clanking with it. What you want is higher priority, not transcendent mechanics. You won't zone break here, you'll be armoring moves or getting bonked back by half-charge charge shots and missiles and stuff like that, because you're no longer going past a projectile, you're going with it.
not too much due to the options still being fairly big commitments. These buffs only seek to make it so these options are reliable and are usable in some troublesome matchups. The last great weakness of King K. Rool is stemmed from his girth. The added survivability is nice and all, but the trade-off of taking a lot of damage, or sometimes even dying off of one mistake, can be dreadful to work around. Not only does King K. Rool take a lot of damage,
I also want to mention that I really don't like him saying viable K. Rool, because it implies that he's not viable when he's a perfectly serviceable pick that many people have been picking up. In fact, K. Rool's probably at the height of his days right now. Maybe not with Ben Gold out of the picture. Maybe without Muck. But generally, I think he's perfectly fine. He's a very fine character.
thanks to his thick attributes, he also doesn't have that great of a means from escaping being hit. This lack of a reliable escape option also makes K. Rool more susceptible to being hit successively by normally non-true follow-ups.
That's part of being a heavy. Heavies always have frame for air dodges, for example. This is just normal stuff. Wait. He's not going to ask for an air dodge to be buffed, is he? Oh no. Smithers.
As a result, this weakness can lead to an even wider window for combos and kill confirms than the added weight causes alone. King K. Rool's recovery also takes a hefty hit from this, since not only is it fairly linear, he will also be sent there fairly often, with the attained high damage leading to more and easier loops / damage offstage, if it doesn't already kill him. To combat this weakness a bit, viable King K.
I want to actually see footage where Smithers has actually been killed off a single hit, because every time a K. Rool player says this, I have never actually seen any proof of it. I've seen situations where he has died off a single hit, but most of the time the player makes a mistake, like at least once or twice, maybe even more than that, leading to them actually dying. A lot of characters will act like this towards heavies. This is part of the heavy life. Heavies inherently have these weaknesses as a counterbalance to them living forever otherwise. Again, your stocks will start at 60, but you also live 60% longer than most of the cast because your character is a fat fuck. The fat fuck will get bullied because he's fat. That is why this happens in the fighting games. You're going to get bullied because your character is fat. This is something that you have to accept when playing the heavy. And again, it's very rare that you actually will die off a few hits because King K. Rool lives forever. You can show me clips, but you will have very few. And I believe that many of them will actually be from pre-patch, where K. Rool's Nair was significantly worse, so you'd often die because he landed with Nair because it had 40 frames of landing lag, not 9. That was a massive buff, and I don't think that's been stated enough.
He will have the end lag on his up air reduced, and the...
Reducing the end lag of up air does nothing. It does nothing. What do you want, another 10 frame reduction? It's already fine. You don't need it. Like, half the time you don't even see this end lag. Because either you're on the stage and you're cancelling it on platforms, or you're off stage and you're fast falling with it so the opponent doesn't even hit you. You got hit by, you got hit by that pyro because you decided to scrub out.
ledge grab boxes will be increased vertically, both above and...
Again, this does nothing. In fact, if you increase the ledge grab box of up B, you snipe the ledge less. You have to hold down to snipe the ledge if you do that. So that's actually a nerf to a lot of less advanced players. You're in turn increasing the skill curve for this character for a weird fix.
And below. These buffs...
Wait, are you adding a ledge grab box to up air? Don't do that. There's no need for it.
Would only make Kinky Rool a bit better at stalling off stage and above stage, thus possibly giving him enough time to get back to ledge in some situations, and it will make it so contesting King K. Rool when he's going to ledge is more difficult. These buffs do not make King K. Rool's recovery good by any means, but it does make it so he doesn't just lose when sent far off stage.
It actually does nothing. These proposals do literally nothing. Like, they're very almost meaningless. Like, the biggest one you have is that you turn counter into a one-shot. That's the best you have. Like, there's very little that this actually does to help the character. But it's because the part of this is because the character's actually fine, and most of these fixes are very negligible in terms of actually actualizing his game plan. This does nothing.
Or is less likely to simply flat out not able to grab the ledge.
Like, are you talking about these times where you recover too low and you barely miss the ledge and you start flapping down slowly? That's your own fault. In fact, what I would prefer is that Propeller Pack startup is made faster, because a lot of the times you actually use up B, but you still die because Propeller Pack has 40 frames of startup, so you're still falling during that period. That's what I would prefer, not a stupid ledge grab box increase, but that makes it harder to snipe the ledge. If anything, unnerf unnerf Propeller Pack. That would probably be the best buff you could give this character, in fact. Again, this character doesn't need buffs. He's fine now. It's just that many players have problems actually actualizing his game plan. His game plan's fine. You just need a good pilot and less division among the player base as to where he needs to go. That's the real buff he needs. The player base.
Now let's take a look at King K. Rool's design flaws.
Oh boy.
I'm defining a design flaw as either things that do not work as
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I think they're intended to function, or if the use of an option is unreliable. Some of these are up to interpretation, so feel free to take those with a grain of salt. There are a few moves in King K. Rool's kit that do not function as intended.
He's gonna mention up air, isn't he? He's gonna mention up air.
At least I think so. These moves that have such an issue are down throw, Cranarang, and Nair.
Oh! Actually, hold on, this may actually be based.
Down throw's problem is that it sometimes just fails to bury the opponent.
Oh, he's bringing up the bounce glitch. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I take everything back. This guy's actually like, this guy's actually like based. He's woke. This guy's woke.
This can occur in several ways. Being down throw in a specific position, being grabbed a couple of frames after dropping through a platform, or if the opponent is down thrown successively too fast.
This was added manually in 2.0. This is an intended mechanic. These ones though, these are based. Wait, does someone actually research the bounce glitch? Holy shit.
There is a lot of specifics that goes into why this happens, so if you're curious to know what exactly is happening to cause this problem, a detailed explanation of it can be found in a video by Plague Von Karma that I'll be linking in the description. As you may have guessed, Viable King K. Rool will not have this issue anymore, with either the joint responsible for burying the opponent being lowered, or the detection of a buriable surface being increased.
The second one is the only one that works here. Or you have to manually change the animation to make them throw it more deeper into the ground. In fact, maybe a combination of both could work if I'm correct about the first one. It's a very difficult mechanic to fix. I will say that much. It's a very, 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 very difficult mechanic to fix. And I think it may actually have other ramifications for other characters, and also keep in mind this also applies to Banjo, so you have to consider how to fix Banjo's one as well, which is a whole other ball game. This is a very, very, very weird mechanic.
King K. Rool's Crown Ring has the problem with the armor being inconsistent. The armor.
Tell you what, that's fine. Yeah, I was thinking it's gonna go over the multi-hit, which I have my own criticism on, and I think that also deserves to be fixed in some way. But
percent base with it being 12%, but against multi-hits, or if K. Rool swiftly struck back to back with individual hits that don't deal more than 12% alone, the armor can still break. One may think that the damage is cumulative when hearing this, but there are multi-hit moves that exceed 12% and do not break the armor, and that changing the order of the moves that hit King K. Rool changes if they break the armor or not.
I'll be honest with you, I've researched that stuff with Crown Armor for like pretty much ever since it was first discovered, which was a bit before the actual buff because we actually figured out that explosive flame and stuff. I still don't know how it works. I have done everything in my power to research that. I still have no idea how that armor actually works. It's such a weird thing. I don't even know how you would fix it because of that. It's such a like just recode it from scratch. I even looked at the move script. Nothing tells me it.
This problem hurts King K. Rool a lot in some matchups and limits his ability to work around his.
Actually, do you think it may be because of how the crowd is thrown? Just random shower thought. Whoever's watching this and somehow got to the 4-hour mark, go ahead.
And the move's already existing weaknesses. So, Viable King K. Rool will have it so the armor is only broken if a single hit exceeds 12%, and not whatever weird shenanigans is currently going on. Neutralair's problem is that one of its uses is inconsistent, the use of which is as a landing option.
How? Are you talking about the leg?
No, I'm not talking about having health or that it's kinda slow.
It's slow? What? As a landing option? It's frame 6 in the air! What more could you ask for? This is like... Oh man, it's about the leg, isn't it?
What I'm talking about is the fact that his feet poke out during the majority of the move's animation.
I consider this to be a balancing factor. Here's the thing, like, when you're using Nair, you have one of the most ignorant neutralairs in the game. One of the most painful moves to deal with as another character. I'm speaking as a person who plays Terry, and like, my god, that move is like the worst thing to fight. That move eats Terry alive. I also play Corrin, and like, my goodness me, like, Corrin's a jungle character, and I had trouble juggling K. Rool with that. Like, like, hell, even as a K. Rool player, I have trouble with that move. That foot poking out, it can stay out. Like it gives the opponent an opportunity to actually counterplay such an absurd move, because now you can actually like aim behind him to hit the foot to make him not use the move constantly. You have health and the foot poking out as balancing measures. You also have the opportunity to position yourself so that the foot doesn't actually like get hit. You can move backwards, which is fine. Like that's what a lot of K-Rool players do, especially at high level. Moving back while drifting back while using Nair is fine. Like it's not my fault that like you try to armor all of Palutena's up air and you end up having the foot get sniped by one of the multi-kits. That's your own fault for just constantly using Nair. If you don't use, it's not supposed to be this omnipotent landing option. Like you've already emphasized in the juggling section as a joke that which I believe you meant to just Nair when landing. Why do you want your best why do you want your best option improved when you could potentially have your other options improved? For example, how about giving forward air a lower hitbox? Why do you have to just target this as a design flaw when it so clearly isn't, and it seems to be more of a balancing factor based on how absurd the move is? Obviously, this is semantics, and it's not really, and like it's up to interpretation of either of us. But I do not believe that this is what you want. You don't want this fixed. I don't think anyone wants this fixed. The move is already absurd. It's literally one of the best nairs in the game, bar none. And no, taking away belly armor does not change that. I still believe it's one of the best in the game, even without that, because its sheer hit advantage has at 0%. You give this to any other character, and they become immediately broken. Especially if you get the belly armor with it.
This allows any and every character to be able to challenge King K. Rool from below if you throw.
Good! Good! You have interactive gameplay! Good!
Throws out the move. As you may have guessed already, viable King K. Rool will have the hurt boxes on his feet become invincible during the entirety of.
That's not how invincibility is given to a character. Intangibility may be, but invincibility? No. Invincibility is only given to moves like Game & Watch up smash. Intangibility is given on a lot of his moves, yes. In fact, he actually has unused intangibility on his back air and his forward air. We can find that in the flags, in his move scripts. But no, this is a horrible idea, and I believe that the foot actually does encourage some interactive gameplay in regards to his armor. I think that's a fantastic thing. Why do you want to make one of the most universally hated moves to be even more absurd to fight? I think this is just a very bad idea for the character in general. And it wouldn't help you either, because you're still going to say that Nair isn't a good landing option, because you're going to still say that, oh yeah, you can shield grab it when you're not spot dodging when you're on his shield. Remember, this move is -4 on shield. Why do you want invincibility on top of that? That's absurd. That's absolutely absurd. Like, sure, like, I mean, if it's given to me, I wouldn't complain, because, God, yeah, I'll take any buff with this character, because, like, yeah, I win more because of the buffs. Great, nice. But Jesus Christ, from a balancing standpoint, this is awful.
Of the active frames of the move.
Also, I'm just gonna say, like, he's not confusing intangibility and invincibility here, because he literally just showed a power star. That's what really worries me. He's fully aware of the differences, and seems to be fully aware of what he's asking for.
The last few changes that will be made to King K. Rool are to have forward throw do slightly more hit stun.
No, you really don't want that. It's literally fine as is. You have a 0% combo, and you have a mid% combo with Prism Cancel forward up tilt. That's fine. The move is a fine combo throw. I don't think he needs one going further than that, especially considering his sheer damage output. Remember, his forward air deals almost 20%. He doesn't need any more than that. He's fine. Like, forward air and Nair are combo starters in and of themselves after you've done your forward throw dash attack. Why do you need more? Why do you need more of that? It's literally fine. What you need is more approach options.
Forward smash having more active frames than just.
People are saying to get forward smash more active frames. What do you mean? What, do you want, like, while the punch is out, do you want to, like, the hitbox to linger there? How does that work? Do you want to late hit in that respect? Like, what's happening when they get hit by that? Like, it defies all logic to me. Like, he already has, like, what, 4 active frames on it, I think? Or was it 3? It's already massive. I don't know what... I've seen people ask for this before. I seriously do not understand how it works. Like, the punch is forward. Like, you have it there, you know, like, it's out. Like, if you, like, poke someone's fist as it's out, you don't explode, do you? That's what you're asking for. You're asking for people to, like touch K. Rool's fist while it's already out and get launched. What you want is for the blind spot to be removed. it's going to be a bad move because it's got ridiculous lag on it. So ask for the lag to be reduced, like the rational thing. Maybe ask for consistency across its damage with the angles. In fact, I don't understand this. It's a disjointed move with ridiculous damage and already really good active frames. I don't understand how,
Just 2.
Just 2. Wait.
Done. Forward smash having more active frames than just 2.
Oh, it's only got 2 active frames? That's fine. That's the same as every other character, in fact. Most punch, smash attacks are like that. It's just that K. Rool just so happens to not have ridiculous active frames on one of his moves, which is like a dose of normality on this absolute acid trip of a character. I don't understand how, what would 3 even do? It's a punch going forward, of course it's going to be like that. 1 extra active frame wouldn't do anything, 2 would be absurd. This doesn't fix the move. You still have a move that's frame 19 with an FAF of 66, I think it was. What does this do? It does jack.
Cranarang will have slightly less end lag, and
give the armored move less end lag, he said. Wait, hold on a minute.
Active frames than just
Let's
2.
see what this thing was.
Cranarang will have...
That's you using the move wrong. If you use the move wrong, you get punished. Yes, this is in fact how Smash works. Just get better with Cranarang. Use the Swift Punish, as I said.
have slightly less end lag, and of course, the pickup animation for Cranarang will be reduced to 14.
This is how you get crowd side combos. So, yes please. I agree that this would be cool. The little child in me that thinks that broken equals funny wants this, but also to be honest, yeah, it's actually completely fair. 14, sure. Considering a hit patch, I think it gives F tilt out of a regular crown side at 0%, which I think is cool.
These small adjustments are just...
Wait, so you're not talking about the crowd double hit? Usually we get to the crowd double hit by this point.
to make some of the moves uses slightly more consistent, and that...
Actually, what about the re-hit rate? Why don't you reduce the re-hit rate of crown, which is why you can't get the reverse crowd hit so often, because it's a re-hit rate of 44. In my opinion, that's one of KO's biggest design flaws, in fact. I think, because a lot of times when the reverse hit should absolutely hit, it doesn't, because crown's weird. Because re-hit rate of 44. Reduce that, you get better. In fact, you could literally look at half that and you fix half the character's flaws with crown.
That against some characters, they actually work consistently on them. And with those final changes, viable King K. Rool is complete.
I still hate the Magic Scrumpy format, especially considering Magic Scrumpy was a plagiarist.
Now, I know what you might be thinking. Smithers, how could this character not be bottom 10 with all of these issues? I thought you'd never ask.
Wait, is he applying like K. Rool's bottom 10? Lol.
Tune into Smithers' livestream at twitch.tv/DUSmithers to see what the Croc can offer with all of his tech. Also, shoutouts to Scrumpy. This is a bit based on the structure of his content on his channel.
Ooh.
So if you like this kind of theory crafting for potential changes on characters, be sure to give his stuff a good watch.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, Smithers, do I have news for you? This guy was caught plagiarizing SD remixes to stuff and got caught out and got a massive amount of hatred, and he left the community because of that. This guy was kind of just doing it for the money. Just want to point that out. You really should. Oh, no. Again, he doesn't know, but oh, it feels so horrible. Oh, I feel dirty.
A link to his channel can be found in the description.
Oh!
To conclude this guide, I'm going to be showing my thoughts on King K. Rool's potential. I'm going to conduct this by sharing my thoughts on a matchup chart.
Oh, Jesus.
Stage preference tier list, moveset tier list, and finally King K. Rool's placement on the overall tier list at large.
This video is gonna get like 20 minutes longer just solely on this. Wow.
Since this guide is very long already, I'm merely going to be showing the charts I made and only lightly covering their contents. Feel free to leave a comment on your own thoughts down below. I'm always eager to have a conversation with others about King K. Rool after all.
That is like the most, that beam is beautiful. But I will say, like, while I have gotten frustrated and stuff during this, I'm not saying that this guide is bad. Again, like, this is probably one of the best video guides I've seen for this character, and this guy clearly knows what he's talking about. It's just that, like, it's a difference of opinion between us two. I believe it's purely difference of opinion, because, like, this character is very divisive in terms of, like, way to progress. Except among, like, really, really, really high players, where some seem to, like, agree it's a touch of death character. Again, like this guy's clearly put a lot of work into this, and like he deserves a lot of props for that. He's a very solid person. I wouldn't mind like talking to this guy like at length on Discord or something. Like I think he's really cool.
So there's no reason to be afraid to share your opinions. Then again, this is the internet, so maybe not too sincere of
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
opinions. Let's not get too carried away now. Let's start by looking at the moveset tier list.
Ooh. Especially the... You have one of the best pommels in the game. Why is that C? Go check as well, like... Down smash being here is woke. Like, down smash being in C, I actually agree with. I think that's woke. Yeah, for sure. Crown, I think will go down here. But the bus as well. Down there as well. Like, in fact, like a lot of these I've put down there. These three are probably put down there. Like these ones are great. Actually, wait, you said the dash grab should be used. I'm pretty here. Wait, actually, do you take a green pill before this? Like, when like, yo, this is kind of woke. I'll smash. I'll probably put lower just based on how it's used because it's frame 6. Sure, yeah. Dash tag will go up. Actually, I think I would probably like almost swap A and B. Actually, now I think about it, but I'll probably up tilt higher as well. Overall, a solid list actually. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, I thought that he'll probably put like forward air and A, and I probably would have exploded. Nah, this guy's cool. This guy's cool.
I ordered them based on the range of situations where they can be applied and the risk reward each move yields. This, in turn, essentially ranks them on the frequency one would likely use such options in a match. If you want to better understand...
Actually, I like that. That's actually a really good point. In fact, actually a lot of this makes sense except for Pummel in that case, because I think Pummel's probably like A tier. Solely because of like you do 2% like every like 19 frames. It's crazy. Like, generally solid with that in mind. Yeah. You know what? You know what? Actually, like, with that point in mind, this is perfect.
Why I made these decisions, feel free to look at this while rewatching the moveset breakdown section. Now let's look at the stage preference tier list. The listing...
Yeah, I agree. Except for Lilat. I think Lilat sucks, but because the bounce glitch happens very often on Lilat, so I don't like it. I probably put it in slight hindrance. Outside of that, yeah, I love it.
Thing is ordered by how much they give King.
No, I probably like watch more of this guy's content. This is actually like a solid King K. Rool content creator. He has a lot of potential.
K. Rool access to his strengths and how badly some can impair his ability to play to his typical game plan. To better understand my takes here, I recommend looking back at the game states breakdown section.
Ah, yes.
Onto the next list, we have his matchup chart.
Holy woke! Holy woke! It doesn't have a million -1s. Finally! Oh, you don't understand. He's raw build. Oh, I've got tears in my eyes. Actually, holy shit, this guy's woke. All right. Let's go over this. Okay. Actually, hold on. Let's hear his explanation first.
I'm showing both my own and a community matchup chart.
I hate that matchup chart. Anyway, so Plus 2s, yeah. I'll probably put Cora in there, but like that's about it. Robin plus 1 is the woke take. Kirby plus 1, I'm not sure. I'll probably put it even because like if you get touched by the character, you die. It's like not that hard for him to get in, but I'm not sure. DDD plus 1, yeah. Vix, Lucario. Lucario, I'm not sure about. I play Ging. I know Ging-Ginked, Lucario player who's like, they believe it's even. I probably trust the Lucario player solely because of how rare the character is. Zelda plus 1, I'm not sure. Zelda plus 1's a bit weird. I don't know. The matchup's really odd. Like I personally have trouble with Zelda, but I think that's more a case of me being bad, me being like bad in the matchup. Because every time, because I only play Wi-Fi Zeldas right now, and the only other offline experience I have is Demon B, who I haven't actually properly fought before. Is Cinnamoroll plus 1? No, even. I play Catonic Bomb like all the time. No. Luigi plus 1? Yes, maybe even plus 2. That matchup is free. Ice Climbers? No. Not sure. Guess it could be, but like I don't wanna like anger like every Ice Climbers main in the comments. Judy plus 1? Yes. Measword plus 1? Possibly. Depends. Needs more optimization. Banjo? No. Richter? Maybe. Sonic? I think did they take my matchup chart for this? Like, well, I'm like one of the biggest proponents of Sonic plus 1. But yes, I agree. Thank you. Thank you for propelling that opinion. We fit. That matchup's weird. I'm not sure. Ike, sure. Crom, sure. Roy, sure. Actually, wait. This guy puts the swords at plus 1. Wait. He knows how to play. He knows how to play. This guy may be the one. Charizard should be a plus 2. That matchup is easy. Easy peasy. Steve plus 1, not sure. I have a lot of trouble with him personally. Well, I like Steve is from when I like stopped being like taking the game super seriously, went back to Smogon, so I'm not sure. Bowser, yeah. Latier like other Bowser ways will like not like that, but like it's plus 1. Mewtwo plus 1, easy. Pyra, sure, character's dog shit. Wolf, ooh, how can you say so controversial yet so true? Like, I guess? I'm not sure. I haven't seen T play any of the Japanese K rules, so I'm not sure. Rosa. The biggest point in that one is that when Rosa takes Crown, she doesn't have any real specials to use to to hold on to it. So I think it may be an important thing there. Pac-Man. This is the Zoo take. This is the Zoo matchup chart now, is it? Sure. Shotos and Terry should be a plus 1, by the way. Those are easy. Speaking as players of the characters. Lucas, even... Whoa. Ducon plus 1. Pitts as well. Those could be plus 1. I think it may be there because he does actually know how to fight them. Lucina, sure. Marth plus 1. Young Link and Toon Link, I'm not sure. Those may be by just 1. Like, Toon Link is basically just Young Link on crack, by the way, if you need like a guide on how that character works. It's like if you gave Young Link like 2 kilograms of Adderall, you get Toon Link. Bayo, ooh. Have you been touched by Bayo before, Smithers? Like, I need to know. Like, have you been touched by Bayo? Like, the matchup's like, I agree, but like, have you been touched by Bayo before? Like, that is literally the kills you for being touched character. Plans could be plus 1, not sure. Depends on how much they hit Patui that day. Diddy plus 1. See how Tile plays Japanese players. Gets absolutely flattened. Probably the best Diddy in the world. Maybe, not sure. Dark Samus, sure. Inkling, sure. Maybe Inkling could be plus 1 if you put a little bit of effort into it, but I'm not sure. Mega Man, no. Mega Man should not be there. Definitely a minus 1. Might even be a minus 2. Very hard matchup. Sheik, I play Lily / Leah from UK. Only online experience so far. I'll probably play offline, but eventually. I'm just gonna say that matchup's really hard. It's basically just about how if you can outlive Sheik. But like, if they actually do like raindrop confirms and stuff, it's a really hard matchup. Pichu even, no. You are like Pichu being here. I think you are very greatly overrating how big of a weakness the being light is. Because in that logic, Pikachu should be here too. Because Pikachu is like just as killable in K-roll terms. In fact, a lot of these characters down here would be here. If you were to rate their weightedness. In fact, Sephiroth would probably be a plus 1 in that case, and that's definitely not true. I play a Sephiroth player a lot who actually knows how to play the game, and my god, is it an obnoxious matchup. Pokemon Trainer here, yep. Ivysaur here, yep. Rob, wow. I played with a Mega Tyrant online. He flattened me. I also played a few other ones, one of which is a banned player now, so I'm not going to mention him. It's a very hard matchup. It's playable, but I think it may be like a -1, sort of. Snake, if you want to be the woke player, you can put him in +1. And I would agree with you. Hero, not sure. I've played with Hotsy Totsy. I've talked to him a lot, adjudicated a lot of points. I'm not sure. It's a very weird one. It's not based on RNG, by the way, because like here's the thing. I've read a lot about how this character works, and if a player actually knows how this character like RNG functions, they will get what they want. I want to point out they will get what they want if they actually know how the menu works and everything. For example, there's a lot of things you can take out because it's a weighted system, I believe. So if you take out like bounce, for example, you know, less moves to deal with, and also like every move on the menu, it does not show in sequence. There's also there's situations where like certain things are more likely as well. It's like I think bounce has a higher chance to appear in projectile matchups. I'm not sure. I forgot about that one. I think Mashima talked about it recently on Twitter. Just look at his Twitter if you want that one. Like for example, zoom's like four times more likely to appear if you are near the blast zone. Stuff like that. There's lots of situations where stuff increases and decreases. So if you're doing it based on RNG even, no. That's wrong. I personally think Hero could be a +1 or an even matchup. It really depends. Like, it really depends on how his meta game plays out because he's still a developing character. Joker -1, woke. Sephiroth -1, woke. Game Watch here it's even. Because he gets hit by Dash Strike at ledge, which automatically makes the matchup really, really good. Because if Game Watch is on ledge, he's there for a long time and he dies oftentimes. In fact, even a stale Dash Strike still kills him quite well. Nest -1, woke. Zero Suit is even. I've seen how Katoru dismantles that character. I'm definitely on the Zero Suit is even hype train. Meta Knight -2. That character touches you, you die. It's very easy. Me Brawler -1. I want to hear your take on that one. Wario, yeah. Shulk, yeah. Yep. Paolo -1. You are. This is how you can tell if someone knows their character. Paolo -1. That is how you can tell. If they don't know the character, it's -3. If they know the character, it's -1. Greninja, yep, you have you have watched those Japanese VODs if you put them here. I greatly admire you for that. This matchup is even. It's very hard, and especially online, but it is even if you're playing offline. Peach -1, sure, go off King. Yoshi, maybe. If you're waiting on Wi-Fi, which you definitely are because it's COVID, Yoshi's obnoxious, but when you play it offline, the character's way easier because you actually react to his shit. Like, you actually react to his X, but my god, does it feel nice, let me tell you. Villy -1, go off King. Go off King. Yeah, these are great, this is great. Falcon is not -2. Not at all. Mario, sure. Fox and Falco? Who did you play to, like, do that? Like, I see how players like Ixis play with like Falco. I think it's Ixis. And like Inferno Hog slapped Falco like a baby seal. I think you are very much overrated Falco. I think you may be doing. I'm assuming you're doing it based on reflectors, but I'm not sure because you put Wolf in +1 like a woke motherfucker. But yeah, sure. Pikachu is overrated. Play an actual Pikachu. Actually play against him rather than go on theory, because I'm sure you're going off theory here because Pikachu is quite rare. But I'm sure you'll change your opinion quite quickly. That matchup is a lot easier than it looks, especially with the recent buffs. Well, not recent, but like the buffs to crown armor and stuff makes it a lot easier. I promise you. Like, you have to grind that matchup out, but let me tell you, it's not much harder than like Mario. Also, can you put Mario and Yoshi section to play by -4? That matchup is awful.
Matchup chart. I'm showing both my own and a community matchup chart.
I'm just gonna say that community matchup chart is awful. Like, maybe not by 140 plus, but like, my goodness, what the hell? Like, you put Mewtwo -1. I mean, like my assumption here is that a lot of these characters that are in -1, they put them there by default because of how much they hated them. In fact, you could shift like everything in -1 to even, and like most stuff in even to +1, and its matchup chart actually makes sense. Like, in the Western King K. Rool Discord, a lot of people are very pessimistic about the character. Also, who the fuck put me gonna bless it even? Yeah, like, it's not bad. It's just like it's very, very mid-level player, which is fine. It also shows me like what people need to learn, and what I can see is that people need to learn how Crown works as a whiff punish.
That was voted on by the King K. Rool Discord. As you can probably tell, the one that has a more pessimistic approach is the
Smithers just went full based. Thank you. I love this dude.
community one, and the one with the plentiful amount of hot takes is my own.
Nah, man, those aren't hot takes. Those are the truth. You're just speaking facts, and you're gonna get dogpiled for it. You poor thing. You poor thing. Like, you're gonna get dogpiled for this, but like, man, like, just know, Plague Von Karma is behind you. Holy shit, you are a legend. Thank you.
Now, I know it may look laughably bad, but do keep it.
It's not laughably bad, mate. You're just based. You're just speaking the facts. You're just speaking the truth, my friend. You're speaking the truth. Like, you've automatically made this entire guide decent, like, good through it. I was about to say decent, but like, I just realized like no, there's a lot of good points in this. Like, I should not be saying something like that, cause especially since you put so much work into this. It's very good.
Keep in mind that I am the one that conducted the bulk of the research and theory crafting of this character guide, and dare I say it, very few people actually know how to play this character.
I feel like my spirit possessed this guy when he said that. Like, this guy, like, I could tell by like a lot of his guide, he did view a lot of my stuff, including some of the more antiquated takes, which I think may have taken up a few of these. Like, he went hard on this. I'll just say, like, I'm proud of him for that.
Depending on how much attention this list may get, I can see myself making a video or a series of videos over this list.
I'm subscribing right now. Hold on, did I already subscribed? Hold on a minute. This guy's woke.
Alone, since I do have a lot to explain here, don't I?
Nah. A lot of this just makes sense. Like, I'm just gonna say, like, as a message to you, Smithers? Is that your name? Yes. Like, just as, like, a message to you, most people who say this list is bad will be players of the character who haven't actually fought a good KO player. Like, this list mirrors a lot of what good KO players say. Like I say, this is someone who's adjudicated lots of matchup charts with top players. I've also like helped Knuckles up with his own as well. A lot of this is just what good KO players say. Like, I've seen Raffi make his own list, and like, if you saw mine, you would string me up. This is a good chart. It's not everyone else's fault that you actually play this character.
So if you're interested, feel free to let me know in the comment section below. And now for the moment you've all been waiting for. Where does Smithers think K-Rool's on the tier list?
Just as a warning to everybody, a PSA, if you're going to make a tier list of any kind, please seek mental help. This is a national health crisis. Quoted from Brian Ding. Yes.
Right here.
K-Rool is mid here. My words from 2019 live on. God bless you.
Sure, King K. Rool has a lot of wacky tech and other tricks up his sleeve, but his weak disadvantage is what keeps his character from moving any higher. If the character is buffed in the areas I recommended earlier in this video, I think they will only put K. Rool at the lower end of high tier, or what I labeled as just good tier in my own tier list.
Wait, he's in a different spot. He was here. Put him back. Put him back, Smithers.
I could be wrong though, since I have yet to fully explore everything K. Rool's tech can do at the time of me writing this. I'm also just some
On that note, Message me on Discord and I'll help you with anything regarding the tech. There's a lot of stuff that I know about this character that is pretty much like reserved to my head because I never put it to paper. Speaking of someone like Pioneer, a lot of tech, there's a lot of stuff that actually needs to be explored, and I'm very happy to help with it. I'm very like optimistic because like what I've seen here is like the potential for a very good KRL content creator, something that I wanted to do a long time ago but I never got to do. Like I have a lot of respect, Like I know it may be frustrated and stuff during this, but like seriously, like you are solid.
Person that's on a collegiate team, so I suppose you could just ignore my opinion. This concludes everything I currently know about King K. Rool. I'm going to be continuing to experiment and practice with some of the time spent on this being streamed on my Twitch account.
He has Twitch. This guy's woke. This guy's like...
If you're interested to see the current meta developments for King K. Rool, feel free to follow the link in the description to find me and my live efforts on pushing the character to newfound heights.
I'm not gonna lie, if this guy actually competes offline, like based on what I've seen from him and like how his mindset is, if he continues improving, like I could see this guy being a real threat to the scene. This guy's like, he's got the mentality. He has a lot of potential. Is this where like average KRLs have gone these days? Like seriously, like, in recent times I see a lot of like average KRL players like improving massively. It's really interesting.
I'll also be linking my Discord and the King K. Rool Discord channels, if you want to pop in on those as well. I also want to give a big thank you to the King K. Rool Discord and its staff, both new and old, for allocating a lot of information about the character, and for reviewing the guide before it was released. Oh, one last thing. If you get some cool K. Rool clips thanks to this guide, feel free to @ me on Twitter and I'll give it a like. And on that note, thank you for watching. If you found this guide helpful, be sure to give it a like and or subscribe to see projects from me in the future. Hopefully this guide helped you learn a little more about the obviously best character in Smash Ultimate. Keep in mind that no matter how much information you know about the character, the best way to learn is to practice on your own to gain valuable intuition. And apply what I've told you, of course. At the end of the day, this game is a children's party game, so don't take it too seriously.
They're adding Kazuya.
Get out there, throw some crowns,
I love how it just like flashed off there the second the counter was done there. This dude's great.
like some noobs, and Tom Smithers sent ya. You know how there are always effects that appear when a character performs a move? King K. Rool's F-tilt has a kind of shockwave looking thing when he claps, yeah? Well, if you angle it upwards specifically, the effect comes out one frame earlier for some reason. I need to go outside.
If you could also like apply that to like Blunderbuss because of the buffs. I was gonna say like, I need to go outside as well. I gotta say, like, this was a very solid guide. With just a few points that I like disagree with because of my own hot takes on this character. I think Smithers is a very solid person, actually. I think he could be a very solid content creator. And you know what? I support. This guy's great. I know obviously got like I also got a bit heated in some of these, and that's because I'm very passionate about this character's information. I'm very like I'm very proud of him for like figuring this out and like getting all this together. Now, there's also like another guy by Darksparks Gaming, which I'm labeled as contributing to. I hate that guide because I never got to actually like review the script, and that's why that guide is out there and has so many views. And I've been asked about it by various times. I despise it. Like I have to constantly say to them, like, "Hey, I don't like that guide. I have a lot of bad history with it, and it's very outdated as well. Lots of antiquated takes. This guide makes up for all of that. And while it still has a few like takes that I think are a bit old or a bit wrong, a bit misleading, I still think that it's a very solid guide overall. And most of my takes are either nitpicks or stuff that is just like sort of like just respectful disagreement or something like that. This guy is very good with the character, very knowledgeable. I think it looks like the King K. Rool Discord also assisted with this, which is quite nice. Also implies to me that King K. Rool Discord's improved since I left, and like I did used to be there, and I left because of like mainly just differences of opinion and like stuff like that. Like just me generally like becoming burnt out with Smash. A lot of stuff happened there. The Discord is still great. Like Smash D is an amazing person, and I used to put up with a lot of shit from me. I have my respect for that. Two Spaced also, I gave a bit of grief because I got heated in debates about this character because I'm so passionate about him. The passion gets in the way, you know. I would say, like, yeah, absolutely go to those places. I may even join some business Discord after this to show this video I made. Overall, incredible. I'm glad I've dedicated this 4.5 hours to this out of the suggestion of Spidey Bro. I may do this more in the future. If you want to review your King K. Rool takes, I'm very happy to do that. This video's gonna like absolutely destroy my internet with uploading, but like, hey. Anyway, this is Playing Von Karma signing out. Thanks for listening in. If you actually got to the 4-hour mark, what's wrong with you? Go outside.